Is Bud Black, who took the lineup card out for the Padres last night, takes it out again tonight. For the Padres, at the top of the order, Cabrera, Eckstein, and Venable. Everth Cabrera will lead it off and play at shortstop. David Eckstein at second base bats number 2. Will Venable, the right fielder, will hit third. Then Kuzminoff, Headley, and Salazar. Kevin Kuzminoff will play the hot corner and bat number 4. Number 5 in the order, the left fielder Chase Headley. And batting 6th and playing at first base, Oscar Salazar. Then the bottom third of the order, Hundley, Gwynn, and LeBlanc. Nick Hundley will do the catching tonight for San Diego. He's hitting 7th. Number 8 in the order, Tony Gwynn Jr. He'll play center field. And Wade LeBlanc is pitching and batting 9th for San Diego. Now the lineup that LeBlanc will face tonight, the Marlins lineup as posted by Freddie Gonzalez. They are 67 and 61. And it'll be Coghlan, Helms, and Ramirez. Chris Coghlan will play left and bat in the leadoff spot. Wes Helms again at third base, hitting number 2. And playing at shortstop, the league's leading hitter, Hanley Ramirez, batting third. Then Cantu, Ugla, and Ross. Jorge Cantu will play at first base and bat number 4. 5th in the order, Dan Ugla. He'll be at second base and batting 6th. And playing in right field tonight, Cody Ross. Then the bottom third of the Marlins order, Paulino, Bonifacio, and Nolasco. Ronnie Paulino will do the catching and hit 7th. Batting 8th, Emilio Bonifacio. He'll play in center field for tonight's game. And Ricky Nolasco is pitching and batting 9th. And there you have it, the starting lineups for tonight's game. Game 2 of the 3-game series. Marlins and the Padres. Padres winners 9-5 last night. The Marlins are now 3-1 on the year against San Diego with 2 to go. Tonight's game and a contest tomorrow afternoon. Yep.
All right, Dave, and at any moment here, Ricky Nolasco will be leading the Marlins out onto the field as we get set for the middle game of this 3-game series. It's a Super Saturday here at Landshark Stadium. Johnny Ventura, the merengue legend, will be in concert post-game here tonight throughout one of the ceremonial first pitches here to Hanley Ramirez, who growing up with the Dominican Republic, you can bet was a big Johnny Ventura fan. Hopefully Hanley and the Marlins can get back on track here tonight against the San Diego Padres. Padres come in at 55 and 75 as the Marlins take the field here on this Saturday night. Padres in last place in the National League West, 21.5 games behind the first place Dodgers. As for the Marlins, with back-to-back losses Thursday afternoon to the Mets and last night to the Padres, they've dropped to 67 and 61. They're tied with the Braves for second place in the National League East. 8 games behind the Phillies. The 8-game deficit matches the largest of the season for the Marlins. They trail the Rockies by 4.5 games in the wild card chase. With the loss last night, they didn't lose any ground in the hunt for the wild card because the Rockies lost also. But they did lose a game to the Phillies, who beat the Braves in the first game of their series at Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia. The Marlins need to get back on track. This is game number 129, so only 33 to go after this one. And it all begins tonight with Ricky Nolasco after the back-to-back very disappointing starts by Chris Volstad last night and Anibal Sanchez Thursday afternoon. The Marlins really need Ricky Nolasco to get them deep into this ball game. They've got a couple of reinforcements in that bullpen with Tim Wood and Luis Ayala getting called up from the minor leagues today, but still it's very important for Nolasco to come out and do the same thing to the Padres he did to them in July when he really shut them down. 2-hit shutout baseball over 6 1/3 innings at Petco Park. Marlins would love another outing like that, or maybe even a little bit longer from Ricky Nolasco here tonight. 81 degrees our game time temperature. It's brought to you by Sevillana Sangria, the official sangria of summer. So with overcast skies overhead, the lights on here at Landshark Stadium, we're ready for baseball on this Saturday night. And here to bring you the play-by-play, the voice of the Marlins, Dave Van Horn.
All right, thanks, Glenn. Hi again, everybody. Glad to have you aboard for tonight's game. Everth Cabrera steps in to lead it off. The switch hitter batting at .274. He'll bat left-handed against the right-hander, Ricky Nolasco. So the 26-year-old righty, Nolasco, rocks and delivers his first pitch of the night. Showing bunt, Cabrera takes a strike, and we're underway at Landshark. Helms playing in on the grass at third base. Hanley Ramirez at shortstop, Dan Ugla at second, and Jorge Cantu at first. Ronnie Paulino's behind the plate. Here comes the 0-1 pitch to Cabrera, and it missed inside. Cabrera had an outstanding night last night. He had a couple of doubles, scored a couple of runs, knocked 2 in, stole a base, and made 3 or 4 terrific defensive plays. Here's the 1-1 to Cabrera, and it's bunted third base side foul. Jumping on it quickly, Paulino, but a foul ball. 1-2 on Cabrera. Talking about the bullpen, just in the last 2 days, the starters have only worked 5 1/3 innings, which has left 12 2/3 innings for the bullpen to work. An already overworked bullpen. Well, Nolasco carrying a big load on his shoulders tonight. The pitch is fouled off at the plate. Ricky throws a fastball, 2-seamer, 4-seamer. He throws a cutter, a slider, a breaking ball, a change. We'll see what's working for him tonight. He is just 4 pitches into this game with Cabrera up here. Eckstein on deck, and then Venable for the 55 and 75 Padres. The 1-2 coming up to Cabrera, who asked for time, and the Padre with number 1 on his back steps out and then right back in. Pair of white batting gloves on. Here comes a 1-2 pitch, and a ball chopped foul at first base, and the first base coach Rick Renteria lets this go by. Glenn Hoffman, Trevor's brother, coaches over at third base for San Diego. Hunter Wendelstad calling the balls and strikes. Dana DeMuth, the crew chief, at first. Doug Eddings at second. Brian Knight at third base. Hunter Wendelstad, whose dad Harry umpired in the league for a long time. Here comes a 1-2 to Cabrera, and just off the outside corner, Nolasco misses. Now, how tough has it been for the Marlins starters of late? Let's go back to August 7th when Nolasco worked 7 innings against the Philadelphia Phillies. Here comes Ricky's 2-2 pitch to Cabrera. A swing and a miss. He got him. Nolasco strikes out Cabrera. Breaking ball to strike him out. 1 down, and David Eckstein will be the batter. If you go back to the Nolasco August 7th start against the Phillies, in 19 starts since then, 3 times Marlins starters have gone past the 6th inning. 9 times the Marlins starters have pitched less than 5 innings. Here's the pitch and a called strike. The exception, Josh Johnson had a 7 1/3. Nolasco had a complete game. Rick Vandenhurst went 6 2/3. There's a called strike. So what should be the norm has become a rarity, and that is for Marlins starters to be out on the mound when outs are recorded in the 7th inning. Here's the pitch to Eckstein, swung on, missed, and that time Nolasco kept the ball away from Eckstein and struck him out. So back-to-back strikeouts to open up the game for Ricky, and here comes Will Venable. We're talking about father and son with Hunter Wendelstad. We'll talk about it with Tony Gwynn Jr. Will Venable, his dad Max Venable, a longtime major leaguer. Some sprinkles falling here at Landshark. The pitch is low and ball 1 to Venable, a left-handed batter. He's hitting a .268. Pitcher's nightmare. Rain in the first inning. The pitch to Venable, and it's taken in a called strike. Broken skies overhead. We've got a very dark, ominous looking cloud directly over Landshark Stadium right now. Wind gusting around inside the ballpark, but still some patches of blue and broken sky just to our south. Ball 2 to Venable, 2 balls and a strike to count. And you can get fooled looking at the flags because the wind swirls here in this football stadium. Here's the pitch, and that's over at the knees and a called strike, and it's 2-2 on Venable. First inning of play, the Marlins and the Padres, and a big night for Ricky and the Marlins, trying to keep their hopes alive in the wild card. The pitch swung on and missed, strike 3. Nolasco strikes out the side. That's not bad for openers. The Padres nothing. The Marlins coming up on the Florida Marlins Radio Network.
What do you think about this call?
southeast and looks like to the east, and then directly to the south, broken skies. So there's some crazy weather in the area, and the wind continues to swirl around here. Here comes Chris Coghlan to lead it off, batting at .297, having a tremendous first year. He's hit in his last 5, going 10 for 21. In the month of August, he's hit 396. Coghlan moves in against Wade LeBlanc. 25-year-old left-hander, born in Lake Charles, Louisiana, makes his home in Baton Rouge. Here's the pitch from the lefty, and it's outside, ball 1. Marlins will see a lot of off-speed stuff. That breaking ball at just 85 miles an hour, and ball 1 to Coghlan. LeBlanc comes back with the pitch, and it caught the inside edge, and we've got a downpour and a lot of wind and some lightning, and the umpire said we're off the field. As soon as that lightning showed, and it was very close to the south end of the ballpark, Dana DeMuth, the crew chief, called the grounds crew out, get them out and get it covered right away, and get the players off the field. Of course, the grounds crew is not afforded that luxury. The players can get out of harm's way, but the grounds crew is struggling right now with the cylinder that holds the tarp. They'll have to roll that out. They've got the home plate area and the pitcher's mound covered, but sheets of rain coming down right now. And it's not that it came up suddenly, but it began suddenly. You could see it coming, but the actual start of the rain was very sudden.
Well, Dave, how many times have we seen the start of games delayed this year because of the threat of rain in the area? So you'd have to think if they knew that something this severe was nearby, they wouldn't have started this game when they did. This must have popped up out of nowhere.
Now the grounds crew getting the tarp down, and this is a delicate procedure on those nights where the wind is blowing a lot in the stadium, and we can see that it is swirling around heavily in this stadium as they pull the tarp. They've got part of the field
The Florida Marlins Radio Network.
You're listening to Florida Marlins Baseball on WAXY South Miami, a Lincoln Financial Group station, 790 The Ticket.
Well, the fans who had headed for cover have made their way back out to their seats. And it won't be long now before we do get back to baseball here. Bottom of the first inning, no score. The Padres and the Marlins tonight playing the middle game of this three-game series. Game one went to San Diego last night, 9-5. In the last two games, the Mets and the Padres have totaled 19 runs and 33 hits against Marlins pitching, as the Marlins have lost a couple of ball games they really needed. They're 2-2 so far in this 10-game homestand. They won the first two games of their three-game series with the Mets. They lost the first of three to the Padres last night. We've got tonight's ball game and the 110 series finale tomorrow. Then 4 games against the Atlanta Braves coming up, 7-10 Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And we hope you'll join us out here to get your tickets, 1-877-MARLINS, or you can go online to marlins.com. Well, here come the Padres back out onto the field. Not often the visitors get a nice ovation when they take the field, but that's the case now because folks know it means we're just moments away from beginning play here again. Padres with the lefty Wade LeBlanc out there. LeBlanc, who had thrown a total of 2 pitches in the bottom of the first before the rains came, and everybody was called off the field. He'll now take a few warm-up pitches with his catcher, Nick Hundley. And when we get back to play, it'll be Chris Coghlan to lead things off. A ball and a strike already to count on Chris. So this is like the old days. Wasn't it back in the 1900s when they first started playing baseball? You had 3 balls and 2 strikes instead of 4 balls and 3 strikes. So it'll be a 3-ball, 2-strike type situation for Chris Coghlan as he goes to the plate already with a count of 1-1. So we're ready for baseball. Hundley fires one down to second base after a rain delay that at this moment stands at 43 minutes. We resume play in the bottom of the first. No score. The Padres, the Marlins. Here again, the voice of the Marlins, Dave Van Horn.
All right, thanks, Glenn, and hi again, everybody. Ready to resume play here in the bottom of the first inning. Chris Coghlan will move back in. 1-1 the count, as Jeff told you, and the left-hander Wade LeBlanc ready to go. 6'3", 202 pounds, native of Louisiana. Went to the University of Alabama, became their all-time strikeout leader at Alabama. Have to make his 3rd start of this year. Here comes the left-hander with the first pitch to resume play, and it's over for a called strike, and we are underway at 7:02.
44 minutes, the official time of delay.
Here's the pitch, and it's in there for a called strike, and that's all for Coghlan as LeBlanc found the outside corner. So Chris is called out, and we have now had 4 strikeouts to open up this game. 3 pitched by Nolasco to get the game underway. He struck out the Padres in the top of this first, and now LeBlanc gets Coghlan looking at strike 3 here in the bottom of the first. Here's Wes Helms batting .278. The veteran playing at third base with Nick Johnson still on the DL. Jorge Cantu is over at first base, so Helms gets a start again. He takes a strike. Handler Ramirez out to the on-deck circle. LeBlanc recalled from Portland for the 3rd time this year, making his 3rd appearance in this one today. He was just activated today. 1 ball, 1 strike the count. The wind, the pitch. And it's ripped foul down on the ground behind third. Bo Porter coaches at third base. Andy Fox over at first base for the Marlins. Lights are on. There's a rainbow above the rim of the stadium, above left center. 1 ball, 2 strikes, the pitch, and it's low. 2-2.
The Latin cowbell's getting to work out here already tonight, huh?
Yeah, the fans all got a Latin cowbell, and we'll hear that tonight. Here's the pitch, and a ground ball to third. Kuzminov has it, throws to first for the out. 2 gone here in the bottom of inning number 1. This copyrighted broadcast is presented by the authority of the Florida Marlins LP and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. The accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Florida Marlins LP. So in steps Hanley, batting .366, leading the National League. no matter how you break down his stats now, I mean, he is as hot as can be. Here's the pitch. Hanley, first ball hitting, pops it up to right. Waiting under this, Will Venable. He's got it. Back to the Hanley stats at another time. A pop-up on the first pitch to Hanley, out into right. Nothing for the Marlins. We've completed 1 inning here in Miami. No score on the Florida Marlins radio network.
Rich sent an email. Said it's a good thing they moved up the ball game to 6 o'clock tonight.
Stand by.
No score tonight. The Marlins and the Padres. Kevin Kuzmanoff, the first man to face Ricky Nolasco, and he takes strike one. Ricky struck out the side. Got Cabrera, Eckstein, and Venable all swinging in the first inning. Kuzmanoff, the right-handed batter, takes a little bit inside. A ball and a strike. He's in at 257 with 16 homers, 74 runs batted in. Had a double and 3 walks here last night. 1 for 3 in the 9-5 San Diego win. On 1-1, he takes just inside again. Another close pitch. Ricky didn't get the call. Ball 2. And you hear the natives getting a little bit restless with the home plate umpire Hunter Wendelstedt. Ricky look into Ronnie Paulino. Now he kicks and delivers. And on 2-1, Kuzmanoff grounds one right at the shortstop. Hanley's got it. Takes his time, fires to first for the out. So it took 4 hitters. Padre finally puts bat on ball. 4 up, 4 down, though. 1 out here in the second for Chase Headley. For Hanley, it's worth noting, as Dave was going to begin to talk about his offensive numbers, we ought to talk about his defensive numbers as well, as he gets his first chance. It throws Kuzmanoff out here in the second inning tonight. Headley, the switch hitter from the left side. Hanley's been a terrific role defensively. What a year he's had as Headley fouls one off to the right. Hanley has made 8 errors all season at shortstop. He had averaged 24 a season in his first 3 major league seasons. Right now he's working on a string of 42 consecutive errorless games. That's the longest streak of his career. On 0-1, Headley foul tips one back to the net. Hanley had a string of 28 games without an error last August and September, but now 42 straight. He's made some spectacular plays, but more importantly, it seems he's made all of the routine plays. Headley deep in the box. Ricky the 0-2 coming, and it's fouled off. Just got a piece to stay alive.
I think that's a good point, that he hasn't made the careless mistakes that he made last year and the year before, and hasn't tried to do too much with the ball when he gets his hands on it. Hasn't tried to do the impossible.
And I think you can say the same thing about Dan Uggla for the most part, and a lot of these other Marlins this year. 0-2 pitch to Headley, grounded foul off to the right. this has been for the last 3 years, statistically at least, the worst defensive team in baseball. But this team much closer to the middle of the pack statistically this year. The errors way down, the unearned runs allowed way down. That helps your pitching staff.
Hard work, maturity, and a guy by the name of Andy Fox who works tirelessly with the infielders.
Every single day. On 0-2, Headley takes a fastball too far inside. Now, I've talked about this with Foxy in the past. It seems as though defense is like umpiring. You only talk about it when there's a problem. When you're not talking about it, things are going well. 1-2 pitch, just missed. Another close pitch. Ricky, the curveball. Dipped a little bit low, I guess. 2-2 to Headley. So now we'll talk about defense when things are going well for the most part, particularly with Hanley. Headley came off the bench last night after Blanks left the game with the foot injury. Went 3 for 4 with an RBI. Checks his swing, and he went too far. The home plate umpire, Hunter Wendelstedt, rings him up. So 4 strikeouts already for Ricky Nolasco. A terrific start. 2 down in the second for first baseman Oscar Salazar. For the last time Ricky faced the Padres, July 22nd in San Diego, he struck out 10 in 6 1/3. One of 3 double-digit strikeout games for Ricky this season. His season best 12 against the Pirates July the 5th. Ricky's been hot and cold of late. First pitch to Salazar is low for a ball. His last start, not a good one in Atlanta on Sunday. Allowed 4 runs on 9 hits in just 4 1/3. The start before that, terrific. A complete game in Houston. Struck out 10, beat the Astros 6-2. Swing and a miss by Salazar in the slider, 1-1. Start before that, he was bombed by the Astros. Allowed a career-high 10 runs on 8 hits and a couple of walks in just 3 1/3. Rookie overall coming in tonight, 9-8 with a 5.31 ERA. On the 1-1, Salazar takes a knee-high strike. That was the fastball. So Ricky, with that wide assortment of pitches, showing them all off early in this ball game tonight. Looking to set down the side in order for the 2nd inning in a row. Low 1-2 pitch to Salazar. Ground ball, third base side, fielded on the line by Helms. He stumbles, makes a low throw to first, and it won't be in time. Salazar with an infield hit. Wes's feet got tangled up a little bit right after he fielded that ball as he was looking to plant and make the throw to first. Regained his footing, didn't get a lot on the throw. He bounced it to Cantu, so Salazar aboard with an infield hit. Chance for the catcher, Nick Hundley, who didn't start last night. Salazar at first, 2 down. From advanced storage systems, hydraulic shears, to pneumatic tools, and even high-tech security, Stanley is way more than just great hand tools. Stanley, the official tools of the Florida Marlins. Hundley bats right-handed, and the first pitch to him, high for a ball. He's a .217 hitter coming in. 5 homers, 17 runs batted in. He was on the disabled list last time we saw the Padres. Had a sprained left wrist. And he struggled since coming off the DL. This is 12th game. He's just 6 for 40 so far. Hitting 150. Pops from foul off to the right. That's going to make the club seats, the blue seats, off to the first base side just above the Marlins dugout. Marlins wearing the home whites with the black pinstripes tonight. Padres for the 2nd game in a row wearing those khaki colored uniforms, tops and bottoms, the navy helmets. Short lead from first for Salazar. Ricky holds, throws the 1-1 now to Hundley, and he checks his swing, takes outside and low. Defensively for the Marlins, Jorge Cantu's at first base tonight. Dan Uggla plays second. Hanley Ramirez is at shortstop. Wes Helms plays third, with the outfield left to right consisting of Chris Coughlin, Emilio Bonifacio, and Cody Ross. Ronnie Paulino catches Ricky Nolasco. Top of the second, no score. 2-1 to Hundley, and it's popped up near second base. Dan Uggla's under it, and he makes the catch to retire this side. So the Padres finally get a base runner, but nothing more. Midway through inning number 2, no score tonight. Florida and San Diego. This is Marlins baseball on the Florida Marlins Radio Network. His third start this season for San Diego. He spent the bulk of the year at AAA Portland. As a Portland Beaver, he's 4-9, a 3.87 ERA. He's pitched in 24 games, all but 4 of them as a starter. Pitched twice for San Diego in June, a couple of interleague starts. One against the A's in San Diego, one in Seattle against the Mariners. Both rough outings for him. Came out of those 2 starts with an 0-1 record, a 14.54 ERA. Here's Cantu standing in. And the first baseman tonight takes the dirt ball 1. Jorge's batting .276 coming in. Just 3 for his last 19. 13 homers, 71 RBIs. He had 29 homers last year. On 1-0, he takes one just off the outside corner. Looked like Hunter Wendelstedt flinched, but LeBlanc didn't get the call. Both pitchers maybe a little bit frustrated with the strike zone early on tonight. 2-0 to Cantu, hit hard, past the lunging third baseman, down the left field line, should be extra bases for Jorge. It rolls into the corner where Headley digs it out. And Jorge standing at second with a leadoff double. So the Marlins have their first base runner. Cantu's in scoring position to begin the second inning for Dan Ugla. Cantu with his 30th double of the season and his 43rd extra base hit. Here's Ugla now. All these Marlins getting their first look at LeBlanc. He made his big league debut last September for San Diego. Rated as the 12th best prospect in the Padres organization heading into this year by Baseball America. His 2 starts against the A's and the Mariners, rough ones back in June. Here's Dan Ugla standing in, taking strike 1. June 19th against Oakland, a no decision in a 7-5 San Diego loss. He went 3 innings, allowed 3 runs on 3 hits and a couple of walks, threw 63 pitches in his 3 innings. 6 days later was roughed up by the Mariners, didn't get out of the second inning. 1 strike pitch to Ugla is in the dirt. June 25th at Safeco Field, a 9-3 loss for LeBlanc and the Padres. He went 1 1/3, charged with 4 runs and 5 hits. He walked 3, allowed a home run through 52 pitches and recording only 4 outs. He's 6'3", 202 pounds, 25 years old, Louisiana native. 1-1 to Ugla, fouled back to the net. LeBlanc, his 2nd-round draft choice in 2006 out of the University of Alabama. He was headed to his hometown school, McNeese State, coming out of high school, but he had a monster year as a senior in high school. Scouts took notice. He was drafted in the middle rounds by Tampa Bay. Now the 1-2 to Ugla. Bouncer foul off to the right. The coach who had recruited him to McNeese State left to go to Alabama and wound up taking Wade LeBlanc with him. He had a great career for the Crimson Tide. And LeBlanc got to the big leagues quickly, only 68 minor league appearances before he made his big league debut last September. Now the 1-2 pitch to Dan again, hammered down the left field line, a foul ball. That one was lined into the San Diego bullpen. We'll do the 1-2 again. Well, if you're looking for premier quality motorized window treatments, how about visiting TotalWindow.com/Marlins? From home automation integration to independent remote controls, Total Windows is a better way to see the world. Cantu at second, nobody out, no score. 1-2 again to Ugla. Again a foul ball. This one tapped down the third base line. Bo Porter fields it, and the Marlins third base coach tosses it into the seats. If Wade LeBlanc were 21 years older, you might call him Jamie Moyer. Same kind of pitcher. Lefty, a little bigger than Moyer, but mid-80s fastball, changeup that he throws a lot, and an occasional curveball. Won't overpower you. Steps off the mound, looks Cantu back to second base. This is a pitcher who will often pitch backwards. He'll try to get ahead with the changeup and the curveball. Then when he's got you looking off speed, he sneaks that 86-mile-per-hour fastball past you. Most pitchers get ahead with the fastball, put you away with the off-speed and breaking stuff. 1-2 to Ugla, low for a ball. They call it pitching backwards.
Yeah, you're right about sneaking it by, too, because with a fastball that lacks velocity like his, you can't advertise it.
No, you need to put it where you want to put it also. location so important when you're not able to overpower hitters. That's one of the secrets to Jamie Moyer's success and longevity. Saw it late in Greg Maddox's career. He's pinpoint control. 2-2 to Ugla in the dirt. Ball 3 pops away for a split second from Hundley, but he regains control quickly. Crowd making some noise with the count full to Ugla. Cantu out at second base, hands on hips. He walks off to his lead. He led this inning off with a double. Still nobody out. The outfield deep. Center fielder Gwynn around toward left a little bit with Ugla at the plate. Cody Ross waits on deck. LeBlanc, the payoff pitch, and Ugla takes 2 high, ball 4. That was that 85-mile-per-hour fastball up and out of the zone. So back-to-back base runners to begin the second inning for the Marlins. Here's Cody Ross, 2 for 4, a double and a run batted in here last night. Cody's hitting .271. He's at 20 homers, knocked in 70 this year. Closing in his career highs at 22 homers, 73 RBIs last season. Already new personal high in doubles for Ross. He picked up his 31st last night. First pitch from LeBlanc popped up right side. First baseman Salazar over near the seats, and it's out of play. Catcher Hundley out to the mound for a word with LeBlanc. From award-winning wine to corkscrew turns on your favorite roller coaster, Orlando's the perfect couples getaway. Right now you can save big with Orlando Free for Fall offers. Enjoy easier access to the attractions, plus great deals on hotels and restaurants. Start planning your trip today at visitorlando.com/fall deals.
Tampa Bay wrapped it up at Detroit, 3-1, that final in. Yankees beat the White Sox this afternoon, 10-0 in the Bronx.
LeBlanc ready. 2 on, nobody out. The 0-1 to Cody, down and in. Cody has to jump out of the way. Now the Braves have apparently found a way to keep Ryan Howard in the ballpark. It's raining in Philadelphia. Rain delay at the outset there tonight. What a tear Ryan Howard's on. One to Cody Ross. Swing and a miss. He was way out in front of the slow curveball. The changeup typically in the mid-70s from Wade LeBlanc, with the fastball 85, 86. The curveball in the low 70s. LeBlanc, stylistically a lot like Mr. Moyer. Here's the 1-2 to Cody Ross, and it's popped up. Shallow right. Coming hard, Venable still coming, and he can't get there. It falls in, a fair ball near the line. Racing down to second base, Ugla barely sliding in safely ahead of the throw from Venable. So it's going to be a base hit for Cody, and the bases are loaded with nobody out. Just popped one off the end of the bat. Talk about location being so important for pitchers. Some good location for Cody Ross there. Didn't hit it hard, didn't hit it well, but in the immortal words of the Hall of Famer Wee Willie Keeler, hit them where they ain't. Just dunked that one down the right field line. So the bases loaded for Ronnie Paulino. Paulino, who had a huge bases loaded, bases clearing double in Atlanta on Sunday. He's been a hot hitter lately, hitting .346 over his last 16 games, getting the start behind the plate tonight. Overall, the Marlins catcher, .269, 7 homers. He's driven in 23, and he takes outside, ball 1. First pitch curveball from lefty Wade LeBlanc. Nobody out. Cantu's at third, Ugla's at second, Ross at first. Left fielder Headley shades toward left center with Paulino at the plate. The 1-0. Low, ball 2. Another curveball. So LeBlanc in a dangerous spot here. Presumably, he's got to come in with that subpar fastball, having fallen behind 2 balls, no strikes with the bases loaded. Paulino ready to pounce. Waves his bat across home plate once, twice. Now the 2-ball pitch on the way. It is a fastball, and it's fouled off. Now it rolled into the Marlins dugout. No score. The Marlins and Padres playing the bottom of the second, but after going down in order in the first inning, the Marlins have put the first 3 men on here in the second. A double by Cantu, a walk to Dan Uggla, a bloop single to right by Cody Ross.
That bases loaded double you talked about Sunday in Atlanta, his only hit with the bases full this year.
2-1. He takes a strike, a fastball over the outside corner.
1 for 10.
This would be a great spot for number 2. So after falling behind 2-0, LeBlanc has come back to even the count. Runners off to their leads from first, second, and third. The 2-2. And Paulino hits one in the air to right field and deep. Back goes Venable. He's got room, though. Just in front of the warning track, he makes the catch. Runner's tag coming home, Cantu moving to third base, Uggla. And the Marlins lead it 1-0 on a sacrifice fly by Ronnie Paulino.
Well, it was the minimum, but he did what he had to do. He got that run in.
But now the Marlins need to keep the line moving here. You've got Bonifacio coming up with 1 out. He's a very important hitter in this inning with the pitcher on deck.
Not easy hitting in the 8th spot, but first and third. And the same applies to Bonifacio now. He's got to get that runner in from third base.
Whatever it takes. You wonder about Bonifacio maybe dropping a bunt down here. The Padres are going to shorten up on the infield with Uggla at third, Ross at first. 1 out. They'd love to turn a double play. Bonnie, a tough man to double up, though, about as fast as anybody in baseball. LeBlanc stays out of the stretch. First pitch on the way. Bonifacio bunts it. First base side. Coming home with it, Salazar, and safe at the plate. Dan Uggla. It's 2-0 Marlins. Bonifacio did drop the bunt down. Rolled it about halfway up that first base line. Salazar tried to get Uggla at the plate. Throw late. So an RBI for Bonifacio, his 27th of the season. And now, here's Ricky Nolasco to the plate with Ross at second, Bonifacio at first.
I don't know that he would have been able to keep Dan Uggla off the plate, but Nick Hundley was not in a good position to field that throw from Salazar. He was in front of the plate and a step up the first base line.
Nolasco squares the bunt, pushes it back toward the mound. LeBlanc's only play to first base, and Ricky's out. But the runners move up. Ross to third, and Bonifacio to second for Nolasco, his team-leading 9th sacrifice bunt of the season. Now, I didn't see a scoring decision flashed on Bonifacio. Did they give him a hit? They haven't put the hit up on the scoreboard yet. Or did they call that a sacrifice or fielder's choice? This is a sacrifice for Nolasco. I believe they must have gone sacrifice and a fielder's choice for Bonifacio. Now back to the top of the order. Chris Cogman, a red-hot hitter, with men at second and third and 2 outs. LeBlanc sets first pitch. Drops a low ball 1. Chris Coghlan, 3 more hits last night. Back-to-back 3-hit games against the Padres and the Mets. He's hit safely in his last 5 in a row. 10 hits in the last 5 games. And he's hitting .396 in the month of August. Takes ball 2. Chris Coghlan, 4th in all of Major League Baseball with a .396 average this month. He trails Hanley Ramirez, who leads the major leagues. Hanley's hitting .441. Joe Mauer of the Twins, Matt Diaz of the Atlanta Braves. Pitch is taken, check swing. They appeal to third. Brian Knight says the Coghlan went around 2-1. Chris with 44 hits this month, 2nd in all of baseball, 2nd to his teammate Hanley Ramirez. Hanley's got 45 hits this month, tied for club record for any month. Coghlan fouls him back to the screen. Hanley needs 1 more hit this month And Chris is right on his heels, one behind him to establish a new club record for most hits in any month. Luis Castillo had 45 hits in August of 1999. Hanley 45 already this month. Coghlan with 44. Well, we've still got a few days worth of baseball in the month of August. 2 on, 2 outs. The 2-2 to Coghlan. Little number up the third base line. It's rolling along the line. Finally, it kicks foul, and the catcher Hundley pounces on it. That ball almost came to a stop. It wasn't even halfway up the third base line, and it finally turned left. Hundley immediately pouncing on it. Chris Coghlan is all the way down to first base, makes the long, slow walk back to the plate. You can get a taste of Europe with Martin Air, your choice for the only non-stop flights from Miami to Amsterdam. Superior value, friendly service, and premium economy with more legroom and upgraded amenities. Book your next European holiday with Martin Air by logging on to martinair.com. Martin Air, your choice. Now Cubs Mets game has gone final. Chicago beats New York 11-4. A couple of finals in the American League. The Yankees beat the White Sox 10-0 this afternoon. Tampa Bay's beat Detroit 3-1. Bottom of the ninth in Cincinnati. Dodgers now with an 11-4 lead over the Reds. Everything else just getting started or later on. 2-2 again to Coghlan. Outside and low. Now the count's full with Wes Helms on deck. First base open. 2 runs in here in the bottom of the second. Marlins have Cody Ross at third. Emilio Bonifacio at second. Chris took a called third strike in the first inning. That was when his at-bat was interrupted by the rain delay. Payoff pitch now, and he lifts a fly ball to left. Backing up on it, Headley still going back onto the warning track. Makes the catch in front of the American League scoreboard. Coghlan put a charge into it the other way, but he's set down, and so are the Marlins in the second inning. But not before they score 2 runs on a couple of hits. They strand a pair. We head to inning number 3 tonight. It's the Marlins 2 and the Padres 0 on the Florida Marlins Radio Network. Underway in the top of the third, Tony Gwynn takes strike 1 from Ricky Nolasco. Marlins with 2 in the second, leading the Padres 2-0 tonight. Ricky has struck out 4, allowed just 1 base runner through the first 2 innings. The 0-1 to Gwynn is down and in. Tony Gwynn Jr., just like that, a left-handed hitter. The junior hitting .273. I don't think they ever said that about his dad. 1 home run, 11 RBIs for Gwynn. The 1-1 from Ricky. Ground ball foul off to the right. Tony Gwynn Sr., a .338 career batting average. 3,141 hits on his way to Cooperstown. 20 Major League seasons, all wearing the uniform of the San Diego Padres. The uniform changed a few times over the years for Tony. 1-2 to Junior, low for a ball. But he liked to talk about looking at the back of his baseball card and seeing San Diego, San Diego, San Diego, all the way down the line. Took a lot of pride in that. And now Mr. Padre, the baseball coach at his alma mater, San Diego State, where he and Tony Jr. played. There's a fly ball out to left off the bat of Gwynn. Coughlin's right there, makes the catch. One out in the third. Here comes the pitcher, Wade LeBlanc. As we move along here at the top of the third, we'll check the Major League Baseball standings. They're brought to you by the Ace Underwriting Group, insurance for all of Florida, because Florida's all they insure. You know the story in the National League East. The Phillies an 8-game lead over the Marlins and the Braves. In the Central, the Cardinals 8.5 ahead of the Cubs after Chicago's victory this afternoon. Cardinals in action tonight against the Nationals. There's strike one to LeBlanc. National League West, the Dodgers have just put their ball game away. They beat the Reds 11-4, so at the moment they're 4.5 ahead of Colorado and 6.5 in front of the Giants. Pitch fell back to the net by LeBlanc. Over in the American League, the Yankees won this afternoon in the East. At the moment, a 6.5 game lead over the second-place Red Sox. Tampa Bay won to pull within 10 games in the East. In the Central, the first-place Tigers lost. Minnesota right now 4 back. The White Sox lost. They stay 5 back. There's a ball looped out toward right center. It's going to fall in for a base hit for LeBlanc. LeBlanc with a hit in his first official at-bat of 2009. But he was 3 for 8 in September last year, so 4 for 9 now in his big league career. Wade LeBlanc, the pitcher aboard with a one-out single. Back to the top of the order now for the switch-hitting shortstop, Everth Cabrera. In the American League West, the Angels have a 5-game lead over the Rangers beginning play tonight. Rangers an early 2-0 lead at Minnesota, and the Angels hosting the A's late. National League wildcard standings, the Rockies 2 ahead of the Giants. Marlins and Braves both 4.5 back. Cabrera stands in from the left side, and he takes strike one. 91-mile-per-hour fastball from Ricky Nolasco. Ricky looking to join Josh Johnson as the second Marlins pitcher to win 10 or more games this year. 0-1 to Cabrera. Tap back toward the first base side of the mound. Nolasco fields it, tosses high to first, but Cantu pulls it down for the out. 2 down. Up to second goes LeBlanc. That'll leave it up to David Eckstein, the Padres' second baseman. Nolasco's won 9 games. Chris Volstad, a 9-game winner for the Marlins. Josh Johnson leads the way with 13 wins. Marlins and Padres meeting for the 5th time this year. Florida swept a 3-game series in San Diego, July 20th through the 22nd. Padres won the first of 3 here last night. Season series wraps up tomorrow at 1:10. Pitch to Eckstein in there for strike one called. Start him off the slider. David Eckstein, a rare strikeout in the first inning, struck out last night. Second toughest man in the National League to strike out. Almost as many walks as strikeouts for Eckstein this year. Terrific contact hitter. Little man at only 5'7", 177 pounds. But what a ball player. A guy who does everything right on the baseball field. He's become a big leader in that Padres clubhouse in his first season. They've already signed him to a contract extension to keep him there next year. They love him. LeBlanc at second, 2 down. The 0-1 to Eckstein. Pop foul off to the right. Eckstein, a Floridian by birth, born in Sanford, Florida. Still lives there. Went to the University of Florida as a walk-on. Wound up becoming a 2-time All-SEC performer and an All-American. Mid-round draft pick by the Red Sox back in 1997. A lot of folks forget he began in the Red Sox organization. 0-2 pitch, a swing and a miss. He strikes out for the second time. Ball rolls away up the third base side, but Paulino chases it down. Fires to Cantu to complete the strikeout, 2-3. So Eckstein, a rare 2-strikeout ball game. And Ricky Nolasco struck out 5 through the first 3. We've played 2.5 in Miami tonight. It's the Marlins 2 and the Padres nothing on the Florida Marlins Radio Network. probably not thinking about car insurance right now, and that's a shame because you could save 15% or more by calling Geico. 1-800-947-AUTO. Think about it. West 2 hits here last night, a double, couple of runs batted in. Getting a second consecutive start at third base. Getting a second consecutive start in the 2-hole in the batting order. West has swung the bat well, mostly coming off the bench. Hitting .278 overall, a couple of homers, 28 RBIs, but in his last 32 games, his average at .338. LeBlanc, the first pitch to Helms. The right-handed hitter takes a strike. Marlins with 2 runs on 2 hits. The Padres, no runs on 2 hits. Ricky Nolasco has struck out 5 so far. LeBlanc, the 0-1 to Helms. Popped foul, out of play. That's going to make the seats down the right field line. Time now for our injury report, brought to you by the sports medicine team at UHealth, University of Miami Health Systems. We told you earlier, Nick Johnson continues to ramp up the activity as he looks to come back to that right hamstring strain that's got him on the disabled list. Saw him bouncing around on the field pregame today, taking some rolled ground balls from Andy Fox. There's a bouncing ball rolled into right field, a base hit for Wes Helms. Third Marlins hit for the second inning in a row. The leadoff man's aboard. Helms at first for the red-hot Hanley Ramirez. Kirk Badenhop going back to that trapezius strain. Also near the neck. He went 3 1/3 innings in a rehab start last night at Jupiter. The Hopper rejoined the club today. Hope to see him activated on Tuesday. And that's all we have for you on tonight's check of the injury report. Brought to you by the sports medicine team at UHealth, University of Miami Health Systems. Hanley with a rather healthy batting average, .365, best in the National League by a wide margin. 19 homers, 85 runs batted in, takes outside ball 1. Hit a fly ball to right to end the first inning. Hanley leads the majors, hitting .441 in August. Leads the majors with 45 hits this month. Leads the majors with a .496 on-base percentage this month. What a year. An MVP caliber year for the Marlins shortstop. On 1-0, he takes in the dirt from Wade LeBlanc.
There's so many great breakdowns for Hanley. He's hit safely in 21 of the last 22, 15 of those multiple hit games.
Yeah, he's hitting a cool .464 in those last 22 games. 2-0 pitch to Ramirez, a knee-high strike. You hear those Latin cowbells that were given out tonight. You'll hear them when Johnny Ventura hits the stage for the post-game concert, the merengue legend. 2-1 to Hanley, outside and low, blocked by the catcher Hundley. You got Hanley and Hundley with Headley in left field. So LeBlanc in a precarious spot here. Down in the count, 3 balls and a strike to Ramirez with Helms at first, nobody out in the third. He already trails 2-0. Toss to first, back to the bag Helms. Helms not going anywhere, didn't have a big lead. I think that was one of those throws over because LeBlanc realizes the spot he's in, and he just wasn't ready to throw a pitch to Ramirez on 3-1. Buy himself a little time, think about it a little bit. Now the pitch to Ramirez. Big swing and a miss. An 84-mile-per-hour fastball that was up, and Hanley swung through it. About letter high.
Yeah, I think there are times that your eyes get too big.
Hanley almost came out of his shoes on that swing.
And that's what happened to Hanley, right?
So now the count full. Helms at first, and nobody out. Marlins looking to extend this 2-0 advantage in the bottom of the third. Looking to get back on track after losing their last 2 in a row. They've dropped 7 of 11. Begin the night 67 up and 61 down for the season. 6 games over 500, but a season high 8 behind the Phillies. Payoff pitch, and Hanley hits one in the air out to center. Backing up on it, Gwynn now in a couple of steps, and Tony Gwynn makes the catch. Helms bluffs the tag from first, draws the throw. Gwynn overshot the bag at second, but the play was backed up by the pitcher. So Hanley's 0 for 2, 1 out for Jorge Cantu.
I think Jorge's favorite Little League team lost today, didn't they?
They were down late last I saw. It wasn't looking good for Team Mexico at the Little League World Series. They were down to their final 3 outs. I think they were trailing 4-2. Was it Chinese Taipei?
Yes.
That was the international final. The winner of that game plays for the championship against either Chula Vista, California, or, help me here, pitch to Cantu, ground ball foul off to the left.
The Chula Vista team is a team that Adrian Gonzalez of the Padres has supported. As a matter of fact, I saw a note in one of the San Diego papers that Adrian Gonzalez has seen to it that all of the parents were able to make that trip to see the kids play.
Wow.
And he bought some tickets.
The 0-1 pitch to Cantu, driven down the left field line, a foul ball. That's some generosity from the San Diego native. Grew up in that South Bay area where Chula Vista is located. Split his time between the South Bay of San Diego and south of the border in Tijuana, just across the border from San Diego. Gonzalez getting the night off. I'll have to check on that Chula Vista score. 0-2 to Cantu, inside, missed with a fastball. Now, we've seen it in this at-bat. We talked about LeBlanc pitching backwards. Got ahead, no balls, 2 strikes with the off-speed and breaking stuff. Then he showed Cantu the fastball inside, trying to back him off the plate a little bit. The hitters tend to dig in, get comfortable against a pitcher like this. On 1-2, pitches down and in. And now the count evens up to Cantu. There are a handful of major leaguers who have played in that Little League World Series. 2-2 to Cantu, swinging a miss. He struck him out on a slow curveball. 2 down. Helm still at first for Dan Uggla. Off the top of my head, I know Gary Sheffield played in the Little League World Series. Jason Varitek played in the Little League World Series. They both played for Tampa area team. Ed Vosberg, who was a Marlin at one point, played in the Little League World Series. Left-handed relief pitcher, and he holds the distinction of having pitched in the Little League World Series, the College World Series, and the Major League World Series.
The only one?
I think at one time he was. There's a ground ball to third base. Up with it, Kuzmanov throws to first. Douglas out. Now, I think Jason Varitek has played in all 3 since then. But Vosberg, one of the few. Marlins waste leadoff hit by Helms in the 3rd. We go to the 4th, 2-0 Florida over the Padres on the Florida Marlins Radio Network.
Will Venable on Ricky Nolasco's first pitch of this fourth inning has put the San Diego Padres on the scoreboard with a home run to right center over the 385-foot side. And for Venable, his 9th of the year, his 29th run batted in, and the Pods are on the scoreboard. Nolasco and the Marlins lead 2-1 here in the fourth. A lead-off fourth inning home run for Venable. Kuzminov grounded to short his first time up, and he takes low and ball one. Ricky Nolasco has surrendered 19 home runs in his 25 starts. Kuzminov takes the next pitch low. Ball 2, 2-0. Off-speed pitch from Ricky. So the long ball gets the Padres on the scoreboard. They hit one last night. Kyle Blanks hit one. He wound up disabled. Here's a pop foul back out of play. He's had a problem with the foot, with a plantar fascia injury in his foot, and aggravated it last night. Has been disabled. 2-1 the count on Kuzminov. The pitch. And Kuzminov hits a ground ball to third. Helms scoops it up, fires to first for the out. One away. Chase Headley will be the batter. Struck out his first time up. Fans Nationwide Mortgage would like to help you purchase or refinance your home and save you money. You might qualify for a fixed loan under 5%. Nationwide Mortgage is local. They've got money to lend. They'll close you fast. Call 866-433-9943. That's 866-433-9943. Nationwide Mortgage. First pitch to Chase Headley. And ball one to the switch hitter batting left against Ricky Nolasco. Nolasco leads 2-1. The pitch. And that's low. Take a look at the out-of-town scores quickly this afternoon, because we've given you details on most of these games. Cubs over the Mets at Wrigley, 11-4. Here's the pitch. And that's low in a ball. And that's 2 in a row for the Cubs over the Mets in that series. The Dodgers beat Cincinnati 11-4 at Citizens Bank Park. The knuckleballer Charlie Hager with the win. There's a called strike. He beat Matt Maloney. 3 balls and a strike to Headley. Infield around to the right. Outfield not very deep for Headley. And here comes a 3-1 pitch. And it's in there for a called strike. In the American League Finals today, the Yankees all over the White Sox 10-0. Sergio Mitre went 6 2/3, and then he had to leave the ball game. He got hit by a comebacker on his non-pitching arm and left the game. Here's the 3-2, fouled away, still 3-2. Tampa Bay beat Detroit at Comerica 3-1. David Robinson over Nate Robertson. David Price over Nate Robertson. 3-2 the count on Headley. And Nolasco delivers. Pitch is fouled away. Pittsburgh's at Milwaukee. They're in the third inning and scoreless. Kevin Hart against Giovanni Gallardo. Gallardo looking for his 13th win in that start at Miller Park tonight. Ricky with another 3-2 to Headley. And Headley takes a strike over at the letters, and he's gone. Headley has struck out for the second time, this time looking. 2 down. Oscar Salazar to bat, reached on an infield hit in the second. Came to the Padres from the Orioles on the 19th of July. Right-hand batter swings right through the pitch. Strike one. Atlanta's at Philadelphia. They've had some weather problems there. They're now into the bottom of the second, and the Phillies have a 1-0 lead against Derek Lowe and the Braves. Cliff Lee for the Phillies. That pitch inside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Washington and St. Louis, no score, top of the third. Craig Stammen against Mitchell Boggs. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Leaning away from the inside pitch is Salazar, and it's 2 balls and a strike. Later on, Houston at Arizona. That'll be Bud Norris against John Garland. And then a big game, Colorado again at San Francisco. The pitch to Salazar, swung on, missed. 2-2. Jason Marquis and Barry Zito out at AT&T Park later tonight. Two balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. And this ball is lined out into left center. That's a base hit for Salazar, and he's 2 for 2. A 2-out hit. Ricky Nolasco and the Marlins lead 2-1. And the Padres threaten again here with 2 outs in the 4th. Have the tying run on, and Nick Hundley coming up. Popped up his first time. Popped up to second baseman Dan Uggla. That's 4 hits now allowed by Ricky, including the home run on his first pitch of this inning. A home run hit by Will Venable. Hundley, right-hand batter, and the pitch swung on and missed. He was late on a breaking ball. Cleveland is at Baltimore. 1-0 Orioles in the 3rd inning. Jeremy Sowers for the Indians, Chris Tillman for the Orioles. Toronto's at Boston. Red Sox with a 1-0 3rd inning lead behind Clay Buchholz. Ricky Romero for the Jays. Here's the 0-1 pitch. That missed inside. Texas at Minnesota. They're into the 3rd, and Texas has an early 2-0 lead. Scott Feldman against Carl Pavano. Feldman's a 13-game winner. Pavano looking for win number 12 tonight, but down 2-0 early in the game. There's a throw to first base. Later, Oakland at Los Angeles. Ben Mazzaro against Jared Weaver. Kansas City at Seattle. Gil Mesh and Ian Snell. That's our look at the scoreboard, presented by Corona. Kick back and relax with an ice cold Corona and lime. Relax responsibly. Comes a 1-1 pitch to Hundley, and that missed. So 2 balls and a strike to count here. Over at first base, Cantu holds the runner, Salazar. Not really a threat to go, although Ricky gives him a look. And here's the pitch. That's right in at the knees, and that fastball at strike 2 call. Fastball about 91 miles an hour. Hundley getting himself reset in that batter's box, as straight away as you can be. There's a toss to first base. Nick Hundley's dad, Tim, an assistant head coach, the defense at SMU, football coach. Member of the NAIA Hall of Fame after a All-American career at Western Oregon University. His dad, Tim Hundley. The pitch, swing and a miss. Nick Hundley down on strikes. Ricky with another strikeout here in the 4th. 6 in the game. He leads 2-1 midway in the 4th on the Florida Marlins radio network.
That was 7.
Yep. here against Wade LeBlanc. 25-year-old right-hander pitching tonight for San Diego. Cody had a hit into right field near the foul line, flooped a single out there in the second inning. Number 6 in the batting order tonight. 2 runs, 3 hits for the Marlins, a run, 4 hits for San Diego, and Cody smacks one foul down right past Bo Porter, the third base coach. Cody Ross, the month of August, has hit over 300 with 5 home runs. Got 20 home runs on the season. The pitch to Cody, and it's outside. That's a ball. Back on August 2nd, hit a walk-off homer off Kevin Gregg to beat the Cubs. Foul ball back. 1-2. The fans like Cody, and you get Cody up in any kind of a game situation, and sometimes not even much of a situation. For example, leading off an inning like this, and some of the fans, if not all, will start up that chant, Cody, Cody. Here's the pitch. Cody swings, and he hits the ball in the air out into right center. The center fielder calls, and Tony Gwynn Jr. gets under it and puts it away. And so Ross is out, and Ronnie Paulino will bat. He delivered the first run of the game with a sac fly in the second when the Marlins scored twice. Paulino knocking in a run, and Emilio Bonifacio brought home a run. Cantu and Uggla scoring for the Marlins. And then Will Venable hit the home run for the Padres in the top of this inning. That's where we are, 2-1 Marlins. Paulino, first ball hitting, sends a fly ball to right. There is Venable, and he's got it. So 2 quick outs here in inning number 4 for Wade LeBlanc. Here's Bonifacio. Bonifacio, switch hitter, 256 overall, but at the start of the night, and still with the sacrifice, batting .321 against left-hand pitching. Comes the pitch to Bonifacio. He shows bunt, takes high, ball 1. This is first start since Thursday the 20th at Houston when he started a game in center field. LeBlanc with the pitch, and that missed low. Bonifacio running up on that pitch, but took it for ball 2. LeBlanc looking for his first win of 09 in the big leagues. This is his 3rd start. The pitch called strike. Would be his 2nd major league victory. He's never faced the Marlins until this start tonight. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and that's low and a ball. Now 3-1 to Bonifacio, and if he gets on base, Ricky Nolasco will have a shot at coming up here and maybe doing something. Maybe 2 outs in the inning, but if Bonifacio gets on, the pitcher's up. Bonifacio swings, drives a ball out into left center, going back. Gwynn makes a running catch. He got back there, got a good jump on the ball, and that was necessary to make that catch. 3 up, 3 down. Nolasco left at the on-deck circle through 4 innings. Into the fifth inning, and for the Padres, Tony Gwynn, then Wade LeBlanc, and then Everth Cabrera. 2-1 Marlins here in the fifth. Ricky Nolasco looking for his 10th win, delivers a pitch, and it's in there, a called strike on Tony Gwynn. His dad, of course, the great Hall of Famer Tony Gwynn. 0-1 the count. And the pitch to Junior. It's taken low. 8-time batting champion. Comes a 1-1 pitch. And that's low. They'll do a lot of good things to have a statue commissioned and built and erected right outside the ballpark in your honor. Here's the 2-1 pitch and a called strike.
The new ballpark in San Diego sits on Tony Gwynn Drive. And yeah, there's that statue out in center field. Mr. Padre,
16-time All-Star.
on and off the field, one of the real greats.
Yeah. There's a ground ball to the right side. Scooped up by Ugla, thrown to first for the out. Tony Gwynn is retired 4-3. Wade LeBlanc will bat. He had a hit his first time up in the third inning. Bats again here in inning number 5. 2 runs, 3 hits for the Marlins. A run on 4 hits for the Padres. Tony Gwynn, who amassed 3,141 hits. The pitch. And this ball is lifted in the air, left center, and over for it Coghlan, and he makes the catch alongside the center fielder Cody Ross.
You called his 3,000th, didn't you?
Yeah, and then some. I think he had 4 hits that night.
You're right, he did. He got the 3,000th hit in the first inning, and it was part of a big offensive night for him and for the whole team.
Everth Cabrera, the batter, struck out his first time, tapped to the mound in the third, and here's the pitch to Cabrera. There's a called strike. He's a pretty exciting young player, 22 years old, an outstanding defender, and since July 25th he's batted .328. That's coming along too. The pitch, fouled back. 0-2. He fouled back the fastball thrown up there by Ricky Nolasco. Cabrera gets back in. We talked about it at the outset of this game. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. Cabrera takes low and away. This is a must-win night for the Marlins. I mean, you can look at every night and say that there are times you just know it's a must-win situation, and you might not have the manager and the coaches and the players talking about it. Here's the pitch, and it's popped into the air, out into left center. Bonifacio's right there, and he's got it for the out. That'll be all for the Padres. It's a 1-2-3 inning, and it's the first for Ricky since the first inning. Through 4.5, 2-1 Marlins. here to lead off the 5th inning for the Marlins. The Marlins with a 2-1 lead. They scored a couple of runs in the second. Will Venable hit the home run for the Padres in the 4th. We're 2-1 here in the 5th inning. Nolasco, then Coghlan, then Helms. LeBlanc works, and it's in there for a called strike. The Ace Underwriting Group, Florida's insurance source, serves all of Florida because Florida is all they insure. So whether it's condo, auto, business, or home, get great rates and great service from folks right here in Florida. Ricky swings and misses. You can find out more by visiting underwriting.com. Nolasco got down a sac bunt in the 2nd inning, his 9th of the season. The pitch to Ricky, and a breaking ball is tapped to the left side, picked up by Cabrera, thrown to first for the out. One gone here in the 5th inning.
Dave, I found the list of the other Little Leaguers, or other major leaguers who had played in the Little League World Series, active players. I mentioned Jason Varitek, Gary Sheffield, Jason Bay, Jason Marquis, Lastings Millage, and Yusmeiro Petit all played in the Little League World Series. And I confirmed that you've got a list of 2, Ed Vosberg and Jason Varitek, who played in the Little League World Series, the College World Series, and the World Series.
That pitch is low to Chris Coghlan. He was called out on strikes in the 1st, flied out to left field in the 2nd, so 0 for 2 so far on the night. Coghlan hitting a .295 for the year. The lefty on the mound delivers low and a ball. That's a nice list.
Now, Vosberg was on the '97 Marlins World Championship team. Pitched in the College World Series with Arizona.
Pitch missed low to Coghlan.
And Varitek went from the Tampa Little League to Georgia Tech to play in the College World Series, and he's played in a couple World Series with the Red Sox.
LeBlanc with the 3-0, and he has walked Coghlan. Very patient hitter. And he went to nibbling there and paid a price. Coghlan draws the walk. He has, for the most part this year, had a very good on-base percentage, but it's gotten better and better as the season's gone on. For example, in the month of August, his on-base percentage is .451. So Chris draws a walk with 1 out. Wes Helms will be the batter. He bounced out in the 1st, single to right in the 3rd. A step-off move and a quick throw to first. The ball gets by the first baseman and hits the side wall deep down behind first. Coghlan races to second, makes a turn. He'll hold up there. Well, the pitcher, LeBlanc, tried that step-off move, the quick move, taking the foot off the pitching rubber and then firing a throw to first, and he threw it over top of Coghlan, diving back in past his first baseman Salazar and off the sidewall. And that errant throw puts Coghlan at second in scoring position for Wes Helms. That could be a big, big play.
Coghlan, he hurdled Salazar. It looked like Edwin Moses leaping over the first baseman who was on the ground there.
This is a low run, 1-run ball game, and that could be huge. Inning number 5. Helms now trying to drive in a run. Right-hand hitter. The lefty LeBlanc spins around and looks Coghlan back. He actually dove back to the bag. Marlins have played a lot of 1-run games. 37 of them. The pitch is low. They've got a .595 winning percentage in those 37 1-run games. They've won 22 of them. Eckstein coming in to talk to the pitcher, and I'm wondering if this might just be, look, don't overly concern yourself with that base runner. Go after the hitter and try to get him to hit the ball, and we'll do the rest. We being the defense. Helms 1 out of 2. And here's the pitch to it. And he takes a breaking ball for a strike. An off-speed pitch. I mean, that was only up there at 72 miles an hour. A hypnotic off-speed pitch. Eckstein trying to keep the runner Coghlan close. He's on the bag. They try another pickoff. Chris dives back in there. 1 ball and 1 strike on Helms. So they continue to keep a close eye on Chris Coghlan. The shortstop Cabrera back to the edge of the outfield grass, deep at short. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it's outside in the ball. And the shortstop can afford playing deeper, getting greater range on a ball because Helms is not that fast. So the infielder, in this case Cabrera, increases his range. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Off the inside edge, and 3-1 now on Helms. They've got Chase Headley in left, Tony Gwynn in center, Will Venable in right, Oscar Salazar, David Eckstein, Everett Cabrera, and Kevin Kuzminoff around that infield. The catcher Nick Hundley puts down the sign, and the target is up, and here comes a 3-1 pitch, and Helms pops it foul out of play back to the right. And the Padres have one more game to play, and that'll be tomorrow afternoon, a 1:10 start. Matt Latos against Sean West. But a lot of baseball to play here tonight. Game delayed by 44 minutes by rain in the first inning. We're in the 5th. Comes a 3-2 pitch to Helms. No, pitcher just spun around, stepped off. Coghlan looks around, checking the defense, especially Eckstein, who's worked to keep him close. Ground ball past the pitcher, fielded by Eckstein. Throws to first for the out. 2 away. Coghlan moves to third on that slow roller that skimmed the side of the mound and was fielded by Eckstein. Hanley Ramirez, the batter. Well, this is where you look to the league's leading hitter, don't you? You look to him for a big 2-out hit. He's popped to right. He's flied to center. 0 for 2 on the night. And a runner 90 feet from home. So Hanley gets an opportunity here. The center fielder, Gwynn, will shade Hanley a few steps to right center. Headley, the left fielder, shades toward left center. Everybody on the infield back. The pitch to Hanley is high. Ball 1. After this series against the Padres, the Braves come in, a head-to-head meeting with the team that the Marlins are tied with at the moment, the Atlanta Braves. Monday through Thursday, all 4 games start at 7:10. The Braves-Marlins series presented by VisitOrlando.com. Here's the pitch. Off speed and a ground ball to third. Up with it, Kuzminoff throws to first. And that's all for the Marlins. Ramirez is out 5-3. The runner is stranded and will go to the 6th inning. Marlins 2, Padres 1 on the Florida Marlins Radio Network.
We start inning number 6. Marlins 2, Padres 1. David Eckstein leading off for San Diego, and he fouls the first pitch in and out of the first base dugout. Baseball rolls all the way over to Jorge Cantu at first base. Marlins with 2 runs on 3 hits. Padres with 1 run on 4 hits. San Diego's made the game's only error. Ricky Nolasco and Wade LeBlanc locked up in a tight one. The 0-1 to Eckstein, driven down the left field line. That's going to fall in front of Coghlan. He cuts it off, and he'll hold Eckstein to a single. Chris doing a good job getting that baseball in a hurry. So Eckstein, who had struck out his first 2 times, very unusual for him, singles to begin the San Diego 6th.
One of the toughest to fan in the league, and up until this at-bat, had actually struck out 3 consecutive at-bats going back to last night.
That's right, down in that last time. Only 34 strikeouts all year, including the 3 this weekend. Will Venable first pitch swinging, and he taps one foul. Strike 1. Venable's home run on the first pitch of the 4th inning. The only Padres run to this point. Marlins scored twice in the second, a sacrifice fly by Ronnie Paulino and a sacrifice bunt by Emilio Bonifacio. Ricky Nolasco, through 5 innings plus tonight, has given up that 1 run on 5 San Diego hits. He hasn't walked anybody, and he struck out 7. There's the ball fouled back to the net. Big rip by Venable, 0-2. Ricky has thrown 84 pitches to this point. 59 strikes, 25 balls. Doesn't seem to all have been hindered by that 44-minute rain delay we had in the bottom of the first. 0-2 to Venable, fastball taken a little bit low. Ricky looking for win number 10 on the season here tonight. If he wins this game, he'd be 10-8. He would be 2 games over 500 for the first time all year. Won on opening day, lost his next 3 decisions, and it's been win-loss around the year. Swinging a foul tip. Paulino couldn't hang on. Venable stays alive. Eckstein at first, he's the tying man. Top of the 6th with nobody out. That pitch bounced in and out of the middle of the catcher. Venable had been 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts against Ricky Nolasco before the home run in the 4th inning. 1-2, down and in, nice block and a scoop by the catcher Paulino on the backhand, moving to his right into the hitter.
Well, that was a terrific play by Ronnie Paulino, because if that ball gets by Paulino, David Eckstein standing at second base.
Yeah, he's a tying man. Venable, hot hitter lately. Facing a 2-2 from Nolasco. Here it is. And he takes down and in again and again. Paulino's got to block it. Visit Motosport USA today, your family fun store. Motosport USA is located at 1200 Northwest 57th Avenue, just south of Miami International Airport. Dude, are you a thrill seeker?
It's another benefit having a guy like Paulino behind the plate. He doesn't hesitate to call for that pitch, knowing that it might give him a hard time.
Here's the 3-2. It's down and in again. Missed with a slider, ball 4. So back-to-back base runners to begin the 6th for San Diego. A single by Eckstein down the walk to Venable. And here's the third baseman, Kevin Kuzmanoff. Kuzmanoff, the Padres' cleanup hitter. He's grounded out twice, once to short, once to third. Paulino out to the mound to talk with Nolasco.
You talked about Ricky and his up and down performance, kind of a roller coaster ride, but since his recall June 7th, 15 starts coming into tonight, 7-3 and a 3.62 earned run average, with the opponent's batting average at 229. That's all pretty good.
Yeah, it's been really a 2-part season for Ricky. Before he was sent down to AAA, made 2 starts in New Orleans, then he came back, and he's been a different pitcher since that first start against the Giants on June 7th when he returned from AAA.
Yeah, in those 15 starts since he's been back, the team is 10-5.
Here's the first pitch to Kuzmanoff. Hits it high in the air out to shallow center field. Under it, Bonifacio. And Emilio makes the catch, 1 out. So Kuzminoff retired on the first pitch. He's 0 for 3. Now the left fielder, Chase Headley. Headley has struck out both times. Ricky with 7 strikeouts in this game, although he hasn't had a strikeout since the 4th inning. 3 games this year with 10 or more Ks for Nolasco, including 1 against the Padres. In his career, 8 double-digit strikeout games. Headley was in a 6 for 33 slide before he went 3 for 4 last night. That's a 2-on and 1 out, and he lines one in right field for a base hit. Charging Cody, he's got it, rounding third and holding at third, David Eckstein, as Cody fires back toward the center of the infield. So Headley is first hit in this one, his 4th in the series already. And the Padres have him loaded for Oscar Salazar, who Nolasco's yet to get out tonight. Mark Wiley out to the mound for word with Ricky Nolasco. Salazar, an infield hit in the 2nd inning, a single to center in the 4th. He's 2 for 2. Oscar Salazar getting the start at first base tonight. Adrian Gonzalez has some tightness in his left biceps tendon. Came out of the ball game last night late. Didn't get the start here today.
Mark Wiley out to visit with Ricky Nolasco, and this is one of those innings where Nolasco has to really get tough. Now he's capable of getting a ground ball or 2, and if he can do that, he can get out of this.
Just in case Tim Wood is up in the bullpen for the Marlins, Wood just up. You're joining this ball club today. Salazar began the year in the Orioles organization. Spent part of the year at AAA. 17 games in Baltimore. He was acquired by these Padres in July, right before the Marlins got to San Diego. Made his Padres debut against the Marlins. That's with the bases loaded. Eckstein's at third, Venables at second, Headley's at first. 1 out. Ricky would love the double play ball here. Right hand right on the stretch. First pitch outside and low ball, 1 to Salazar. Marlins 2, Padres 1. Although San Diego's doubled the Marlins up in hit column, 6 to 3. 2 hits and a walk in this 6th inning, loading the bases with 1 out. Nolasco, the 1-0 to Salazar, and it missed just outside, ball 2, fastball.
You can see the location problem now with Ricky because Ronnie Polino was set up for something on the inside corner, and that pitch was away.
Ricky's up to 93 pitches now. 13 of them already in this 6th inning with only 1 out. On the 2-0, Salazar rips one down the left field line, a foul ball, just barely. That might have cleared the bases. So the runners have to retreat. Eckstein to third, Venable to second, and Headley back to first base. Padres started their 6-game road trip by winning 2 out of 3 in Atlanta. They took the series opener here in Miami last night. 2 playoff hopefuls. The Padres have been a thorn in their sides. Ricky ready. Here's the 2-1. And Salazar swings and misses. Big swing at a 92-mile-per-hour fastball. Couldn't catch up. When we saw the Padres in July, they were in the midst of their roughest stretch of the season. They were in the tail end of losing 17 out of 20. 2 days after the Marlins left town, they began a stretch where they've won 18 of their last 34. They've gone 18 and 16, 2 games over. 2-2 to Salazar now. In the air, foul, back into the seats, first base side. So for a team that begins tonight 20 games under 500, when you go 18 and 16 over 34 games, that's a substantial run of better baseball. And the Padres attributed to their young hitters really picking it up over the course of the last month plus. Everett Cabrera's heated up. Kevin Kuzminoff. They got several hitters swinging the bats well right now. Bases loaded, 1 out. 2-2 again to Salazar. Again a foul ball in the air down the right field side and back into the seats. From the Stanley Fat Max Extreme Anti-Vibe Hammer to professional grade plumbing tools to pediatric RFID protection and even biometric security systems, Stanley is way more than just great hand tools. Stanley, the official tools of the Florida Marlins. Ricky looking for the tool that's going to get him out of this 6th-inning jam. Trying to protect the 1-run lead. The Padres have the bases loaded, 1 out. Salazar putting a good at-bat together here. Another 2-2. This one missed a little bit high. A fastball at 94. Ricky reached back for something extra, and he missed. That's a big pitch with the count full. Ricky hasn't walked anybody all night. He's so stingy with the walks. The payoff pitch, and Salazar takes ball 4. Just missed. Ricky didn't get the call. Pitch must have been away a little bit. Ricky Nolasco walks in the tying run. And the pitch was away. It was off the plate. So Salazar, 2 hits, now a bases loaded walk to bring Eckstein home with the game-tying run. And here comes Freddie Gonzalez. That's going to be it for Ricky Nolasco. Ricky can't win this ball game now. He'll hope for no decision if Tim Wood can get out of this jam. Wood's going to inherit a bases loaded 1-out mess here in the 6th after a Metro PCS call to the bullpen. We're tied at 2 now. Here comes rookie right-hander Tim Wood into a 2-2 game, top of the 6th. The Padres have the bases loaded, only 1 out. Ricky Nolasco allows 2 singles and a couple of walks. The second on a 3-2 pitch with the bases loaded. Oscar Salazar bringing home Eckstein with game-tying run here in the 6th. Nick Hundley will be the first man to face Wood. Wood has been up and down on several occasions this year. Has a Marlin no record, a 2.19 ERA in 8 appearances. And a AAA New Orleans 1-2, a 3.18 earned run average. He's pitched in 31 games for the Zephyrs. Last pitched 2 days ago, 1 inning in Omaha. Allowed 3 hits and 3 runs. First pitch to Hundley, ripped out toward right field, moving over Cody, makes the catch. Runner's tag, coming home Venable, and a sacrifice fly by Hundley gives the Padres a 3-2 lead in the 6th. On the first pitch, Wood throws. Hundley delivers the sac fly. So San Diego now leads for the first time in the ball game. That run charge for Nolasco's record. The other runners had to hold. Headley at second, Salazar at first. So 2 outs now, and Wood will go after Tony Gwynn. Gwynn, the left-handed hitter. 0 for 2 here tonight. 1 for 6 in the series. Ground ball weakly hit towards second base to his left ugly. He's got it. Cantu takes the throw, and the side's retired. But a good inning for San Diego. The Padres scored 2 runs on 2 hits and 2 big walks. Midway through inning number 6, Padres lead it for the first time tonight. It's 3-2 San Diego now on the Florida Marlins Radio Network. Jorge Cantu to get things started against the left-hander Wade LeBlanc. LeBlanc has done a nice job for the Padres to this point. Through 5 innings, he's given up 2 runs on 3 hits, 2 walks, 2 strikeouts. He's at 80 pitches as he starts the 6th inning. He's thrown 48 strikes, 32 balls so far. We can close the book on Ricky Nolasco for you. Not a terrible start for Ricky, but not what he was looking for. Made it through 5 1/3 only tonight. Gives up 3 runs on 6 hits. Couple of walks, 7 Ks. Allowed the home run. That was hit by Will Venable leading off the 4th. Ricky 99 pitches and 66 strikes. Jorge Cantu, a double, a run scored. He's 1 for 2 tonight. And he takes LeBlanc's first pitch. A slow curve drops in for strike 1. Dan Uggla and Cody Ross to follow. Marlins have some muscle coming up here in the 6th. The 0-1 to Cantu, dips low. Started off with curve, then came in with a changeup. Now on 1-1, the lefty delivers. And that pitch is in the dirt. Another curveball. 2-1. Marlins got both their runs in the 2nd inning. In a scoreless game, Cantu led off with a double. Dan Uggla walked. Cody blooped a single down the right field line. That loaded the bases with nobody out. Ronnie Paulino a sac fly. On 2-1, Cantu grounds one sharply to 3rd. Knocked down by Kuzmanov. Picks it up, throws high to 1st, but it's pulled down by Salazar for the out. Cantu's out 5-3. Kuzmanov only 3 errors all season at 3rd base. He's done a great job manning the hot corner for these Padres. Here's Dan Uggla now. Ronnie Paulino, the sac fly, put the Marlins on the board in the 2nd inning. And with men at 1st and 3rd, Emilio Bonifacio dropped a bunt down the first base line. First baseman Salazar came home with the throw. Dan Uggla slid in safely. Goes down as a sacrifice bunt for Emilio. Made it 2-0. Uggla takes a strike. Venable, the home run on the first pitch to the top of the 4th. That put San Diego on the board. Padres added 2 more in the 6th inning. A bases loaded walk to Oscar Salazar, then a sac fly by Nick Hundley. Pitch is low for a ball. 1-1 to Dan Uggla. Padres bullpen gets active for the first time tonight.
LeBlanc's now pitched more innings against the Marlins than he did in either of his first 2 starts or combined.
Uggla pops from foul back over the screen.
He worked 4 1/3 innings. 3 innings against Oakland. Inning and a third at Seattle. And now he's gone 5 1/3 here against the Marlins.
1-2 to Dan Uggla. Fastball taken inside. And in those 2 starts, he allowed 7 runs on 8 hits and 5 walks in just 4 1/3.
He's only walked 2 tonight. Only allowed 3 hits.
Dan is hit by the 2-2 pitch. Changeup came inside, got him in the middle of the back. So Dan, who walked and scored in the 2nd, aboard via the hit by pitch here in the 6th. Here comes Cody Ross now. Cody's 1 out of 2. Cody hasn't hit a home run now in his last 18 games coming into tonight. 69 ABs. Tack on 2 more here tonight. He's due. Greg Burke is the right-hander loosening for San Diego. Marlins bullpen's quiet. They're going to ask Tim Wood to get some outs. First pitch to Ross. Swing and a pop-up. 3rd baseman Kuzmanov, shortstop Cabrera come together. And it's the shortstop who puts it away on the infield dirt. So Cody jumps on the first pitch. He's the 2nd out of the inning. Here comes Ronnie Paulino. Our broadcast tonight being brought to you in part by Geico. Visit us at geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO. By Bennett Auto Supply, where our prices bring you in, but our people bring you back. By the Ace Underwriting Group, Florida's insurance source. And by AT&T, your world delivered. Paulino, a sac fly and a fly ball to right, 0 for 1 officially tonight. And he hits a high fly ball a long way to deep left field. It's a no-doubter. The Marlins lead it on Ronnie Paulino's 8th home run of the year. into the blue seats, up above the clock in left center field. Paulino connects to give Florida the lead back at 4-3. He knew it. Stood at the plate for a second, dropped the bat, broke into the home run trot. Paulino hit that one a long way up the blue seats. No, he crushed it. For Paulino, his second home run in this homestand. He had a big one against the Mets. So the Marlins back out in front. Nolasco's off the hook. Here's Bonifacio now taking strike one. That brought this crowd back to life. It had been a while since they had anything to cheer about. Strike called to Emilio again. That pitch at 68 miles per hour. The slowest curveball we've seen from this lefty all night. Brett Carroll has moved out to the on-deck circle with Wood due next. 0-2 off the end of the bat. A little dribbler to the second baseman. Eckstein has it. Hurries to throw to first. Bonifacio's out. That's it for the Marlins in the sixth, but they regain the lead on Ronnie Paulino's two-run home run. So we go to the seventh. It's the Marlins 4 and the Padres 3 on the Florida Marlins Radio Network. Tim Wood stays out there as we begin the seventh inning. Marlins 4, Padres 3. Drew Macias batting for the pitcher LeBlanc. Takes ball one from Wood. Right-hander out of the stretch with the bases clear. Fires a strike. So LeBlanc's night is over. Leaving for the pinch hitter. Macias hitting 171, a home run, 5 RBIs as a Padre this year. On 1-1, he takes outside and low. Drew Macias has had 5 different stints with San Diego. He's been on the shuttle between Portland and America's finest city, as they like to call San Diego. 2-1 to Macias is down and in, ball 3. So Wood falls behind the 171 hitter. Wade LeBlanc went 6 innings, allowed 4 runs, all earned on 4 hits. 2 walks, 2 strikeouts. There's ball 4 up high to the pinch hitter Macias. So the tying man's on, back to the top of the order. Here's the shortstop Everett Cabrera. LeBlanc allowed the go-ahead home run to Paulino. He threw 94 pitches, 57 strikes. He hit a man. And the way this top of the 7th plays out could help determine his fate if he gets a win, a loss, or a no decision. He could get a win if the Padres take the lead here this inning and never relinquish that advantage. Cabrera fouls a bunt attempt off, strike one. Oh, the Phillies and Braves going at it at Citizens Bank Park tonight. Chase Utley hit his 28th home run in the first inning, giving Philadelphia a 1-0 lead. The way Cliff Lee is pitched, you might have thought that was going to be all that the Phillies would need tonight, but you would have been wrong. The 0-1, Cabrera bunting again, up the third base line, right near the line, Helms fields, and he throws the first for the out. The sacrifice goes 5-3. Macias advances to second. One out for David Eckstein. The Atlanta Braves came up in the fourth inning, trailing Lee and the Phillies 1-0. Lee, in his first 5 starts for the Phillies, had allowed a total of 6 runs, a total of 3 earned runs in 40 innings in his first 5 starts. But he gave up 5 in the fourth on 2 swings. Garrett Anderson, a 3-run homer. Matt Diaz, a 2-run homer. So Atlanta hangs a 5 spot on Cliff Lee in the fourth. They're now in the top of the fifth, 5-1 Braves. David Eckstein takes ball 1, a fastball, 93 from Tim Wood. Eckstein at 5-7 in a crouch at home plate. A 1-ball pitch, caught the outside corner. Adam Russell, the right-hander, who we saw face 2 batters and walk them both last night up in the bullpen for San Diego. Luis Ayala, the right-hander, just up from AAA today, now loosening for the Marlins. 1-1 to Eckstein, lifted in the air to right center field. Bonifacio and Ross converge. The center fielder Bonifacio makes the catch, and Macias has to hold at second base. 2 down now. It's going to be up to Will Venable. Cabot Stains, you'll find heritage, pride, and commitment in every can. Our performance is legendary. Venable put the Padres on the scoreboard with a leadoff home run in the fourth inning. Walked in the sixth inning and scored 2 of the 3 Padres runs in this ball game. 7th round draft pick out of Princeton. Venable taken in 0-5. Pitch on the way to him outside and low, ball 1. Will Venable started in baseball and basketball in the Ivy League. Playing right field every day for the Padres now. Left-handed batter, and on the 1-0 he takes in the dirt, squirts behind Paulino for a second. He locates it quickly. So we told you about the Braves and the Phillies this afternoon. The Cubs beat the Mets 11-4. The Dodgers beat the Reds by the same score. Pittsburgh 3-2 over Milwaukee, bottom of the 5th tonight. Cardinals and Nationals going at it. That's a 7-2 St. Louis lead in the bottom of the 5th. Up and away, ball 3 now to Venable, with the cleanup man Kuzminoff on deck. Arizona 1-0 over Houston. They're in the top of the 3rd. Coming up a little bit later on, Colorado's at San Francisco. Game Marlins fans will be watching closely. 3-0 pitch. Caught the outside corner at the knees for a strike to Venable. In the American League Finals from this afternoon, Yankees 10-0 over the White Sox. The Rays beat Detroit 3-1. Tonight, the Red Sox with a 1-0 lead over the Blue Jays, top of the 6th. Clay Buchholz working on a shutout. Venable fouls one off to the left. Texas 2-0 over the Twins. They're in the bottom of the 6th. It's raining in Baltimore. The Orioles and Indians in a rain delay. Baltimore leading that game 2-1 as they wait out the rain in Camden Yards. That game is in the bottom of the 5th. The 3-2 2-out pitch to Venable, and he takes low ball 4. Second walk in the inning. Now the tying and go-ahead men on base for the number 4 hitter, Kevin Kuzminoff. And Kuzminoff's not going to get a chance to face Wood. Freddie Gonzalez out of the dugout. He'll go straight to the home plate umpire. Looks like a double switch coming up for the Marlins, with Luis Ayala coming into the game to pitch. We'll take a break for this Metro PCS call to the bullpen. Padres batting top of the 7th. A good ball game on a Saturday night here in Miami. The Marlins leading the Padres 4-3 as San Diego bats in the top of the 7th. The Padres have runners at first and second with 2 outs. Luis Ayala just up from AAA today. Into the ball game on the mound. Brett Carroll takes over in right field. Cody Ross moves from right field to center field. So Bonifacio comes out of the game. Ayala will hit 8th in what had been Bonifacio's spot. And Brett Carroll inserted into the batting order in the number 9 hole. Ayala at AAA New Orleans, 9 appearances, 10 innings, no runs. 4 walks, or 4 hits rather, 3 walks, 10 strikeouts. Pacific Coast League opponents hitting just .114 against Luis Ayala during his time with the New Orleans Zephyrs. Now between Minnesota early this year and the Marlins briefly right around the All-Star break, Ayala at the big league level this year is pitching 37 games. A win, 4 losses, and a 4.99 ERA. And he comes on to face Kevin Kuzminoff 0 for 3 tonight. All of those bats against the starter Ricky Nolasco. So we've seen Nolasco, Tim Wood, now Luis Ayala for the Marlins. Ayala, the veteran, been around a long time with a lot of clubs. Kuzminoff in his 3rd big league season bats with 2 on and 2 outs in the first pitch, taken for strike 1, a fastball 90 miles per hour. Ayala last year pitched for both the Nationals and the New York Mets. Pitched in 9 games for the Marlins during his first tour, 0-2 at 8.59 ERA. Signed a minor league contract on the 4th of July. Takes outside. Kuzminoff now with a 1-1 count. Facing Ayala, the Padres have Drew Macias at second base, Will Venable at first. 2 outs here in the top of the 7th. 4-3, the Marlins lead this game. Both teams scoring twice in the 6th inning after the Padres grabbed the lead. Ronnie Paulino, a 2-run home run to give the lead right back to the Marlins. 1-1 to Kuzminoff. Now to play off to the right.
The first 2 pitches, well, the last 2 pitches that he has made to Kuzminoff, Paulino's looking for something in, and Ayala has pitched away.
Missing with the location. But ahead in the count, a ball and 2 strikes. 2 on, 2 outs for San Diego here in the top of the 7th. Padres with 6 hits to the Marlins 4. But the Marlins lead this game by a single run, 4-3. Ayala, the native of Mexico, a long look into Paulino, finally gets the sign he wants. Now the 1-2 to Kuzminoff, and he takes outside and low.
Did you notice again, Paulino looking in and the pitch away?
Well, this is the pitch where Ayala would like to get Kuzminoff. If he goes to 3-2, you put the runners in motion. Tying man out at second base, the go-ahead run at first for San Diego. The 2-2, outside and low, now the count's full. So the runners will have the benefit of the jump here. Macias from second and Venable from first. If Kuzminoff keeps this inning alive, Chase Headley would be next. It's never easy, is it? The payoff pitch, runners go, line drive, left field. Coghlan coming hard, falls in front for a base hit. That'll get Macias home. We're tied at 4. Might not have scored if he had not been running on the pitch. But because the count was full, he was running on the pitch. And the Padres have come right back to tie the score here in the 7th. And they've still got men at first and second with 2 down for Chase Headley, who's got a single and 3 at-bats tonight. That run charge to Tim Wood. Headley from the left side takes strike 1. Headley's a switch hitter. 4 for 7 in this series so far. The 0-1 lifted in the air to left. Should be routine out there for Coghlan. A couple of steps back, and he makes the catch to set down the side. One batter too late. So the Padres get a run on one hit, two very costly walks. Seventh inning stretch now, brought to you by Real Sangria. Make it Real every time. As we go to the bottom of the seventh, we're all even at 4. Marlins, the Padres on the Florida Marlins Radio Network. Secondary native, acquired from the White Sox. The Jake Peavy deal, July 31st. First pitch to Carroll, outside for a ball. Russell made his big league debut last year, pitched in 22 games for Chicago. 4-0, a 5.19 ERA out of the bullpen. Now to Carroll, grounded foul off to the left. He's pitched in 2 games for San Diego, including last night's series opener here. Russell came on and faced 2 batters in the 7th inning, Hanley Ramirez and Jorge Cantu. He walked them both. Left the ball game. He's got an inning and 2/3 in his 2 appearances for San Diego, allowing a run on 3 hits with 3 walks and a couple of strikeouts. There's a called strike to Brett Carroll, 1-2. Brett came in as part of the double switch at the top of this inning. Just back a couple of days ago from AAA. Brett's 256 with 3 homers, 9 RBIs. Russell the 1-2, and Carroll swings and misses. A 94-mile-per-hour fastball. Russell records the first out here in the 7th. Russell this season began the year pitching in AAA for the White Sox at Charlotte. Pitched in 34 games, all in relief. 2.25 saves, a 3.20 ERA. 51 strikeouts, only 18 walks, and 56 1/3 innings. And pitching in AAA for the Padres after the trade, he was at Portland, no record of 5.25 ERA, appeared in 9 games. Chris Coghlan stands in, first pitch, another fastball at 94 miles per hour, ball 1. Chris hitless tonight, 0 for 2 with a walk. Big slow for a ball. The Marlins top 2 hitters this month, the top 2 hitters in all of baseball this month, Coghlan and Hanley Ramirez, both hitless in this ball game. On the 2-0, Russell offers. Coghlan grounds one up the middle and into center field, a base hit. Hitless no more. Chris Coghlan with his 45th hit in the month of August, tying Hanley Ramirez this month and tying Luis Castillo, August of '99, most hits ever in a single month for a Marlin. So the tie-breaking man is at first base now. Coughlin aboard for the second time in the game. Here's Wes Helms, 1 out of 3 tonight, 3 for 8 in this series. Russell spins, tosses high to first. Salazar pulls the toss down. Chris Coughlin, 6 stolen bases, caught once this year. Hundley does not throw it particularly well behind the plate. Not a great receiver. Not a great thrower. Russell holds high, spins, again throws over to first base. Again, Coughlin back at first. Hanley Ramirez waits on deck for the Marlins, batting in the bottom of the 7th. They scored twice in the second and take a 2-0 lead. Padres came back 1 in the 4th, 2 in the 6th. They led 3-2. Ronnie Paulino, a 2-run home run in the bottom of the 6th, made it 4-3 Florida. Padres tied it in the top of the 7th. Pitches outside and low. Nice backhanded pick by the catcher Hundley. Lively crowd here tonight. Hoping to move the Marlins home to a victory. The Marlins 36-30 at home so far this season. Just 2-2 on this critical homestand. 10 games. 1-0 pitch to Helms, fouled off at the plate. Well, overall, the pitching better tonight. Marlins have limited the Padres to 4 runs on 7 hits to this point after the last 2 games. The Mets and Padres scored 19 runs on 33 hits. Now looking for some offense. Again, a throw over to first base. Again, Coughlin back. This time he's standing. Braves have added another run. 6-1. They lead the Phillies bottom of the 5th. So the Marlins need a win to stay tied with the Braves, assuming the Braves win that game. And still a lot of baseball left. They could gain a game on the Phillies, too, with a win. There's a strike call to Helms, 1-2. Adam Russell took over for Wade LeBlanc, Padres starter. We'll get a no decision in this one, as will the Marlins starter, Ricky Nolasco. This one's going to be decided by the bullpens. Helms has had some big hits for the Marlins. On 1-2, he takes a little bit high. Hanley Ramirez leans on his bat in the on-deck circle. Coughlin extends the lead to first. Another throw over at first dive. Back safely. Chris asks for time. He's going to do some groundskeeping around first base. Kicking some dirt around. This field has taken a beating with a couple of football games here in the last 3 weeks. Some rain here tonight. Again, a throw to first. Close play this time, and Coughlin gets the hand back in there ahead of the tag. Andy Fox, the first base coach, walks over, whispers into Coughlin's ear. You would imagine you could run on Russell at 6'8". A lot of big pitchers take a little while to get the ball to the plate. Again, a throw over. Coughlin back standing. That toss to first had some mustard on it. Close play. Tied at 4, bottom of the 7th. Coughlin, the go-ahead man at first with 1 out. The 2-2 to Helms, and it's popped foul, out of play. Back over the first base dugout. For Russell, this right-hander will generally come at right-handed hitters with a low 3/4 type delivery. He's more over the top when he faces left-handed hitters. You rarely see that. A pitcher who attacks hitters differently depending on which side of the plate they're coming from. There's that low 3/4 pitch fouled off to the right. It's a completely different arm angle, different arm slide for Russell. The catcher now, Hundley, out the mound to talk with this 6'8" right-hander. Now pitch breaks up. Hundley back by the plate. Padres won last night's series opener 9-5. Marlins looking to even things up on the weekend here tonight. We'll do it again at 1:10 tomorrow. Tomorrow it's Sean West and Matt Latos. Again, a throw to first. Matt Latos, by the way, not only intriguing because he's the Padres' #1 pitching prospect and off to a great start as a rookie, he's a local product. Lives in Margate, went to Coconut Creek High School, pitched at Broward Community College. 2-2 to Helms. Hit out to right in for a base hit. Coghlan moves up to second. Had to hesitate for just a second in the event Eckstein, the second baseman, was going to be able to make a play on that line drive, but he couldn't get there. So Helms getting his second consecutive start at third base for the Marlins, and he's got his second consecutive 2-hit game. And now the Marlins right where they want to be. 2 on, 1 out, and Hanley coming up.
Well, they get Hanley to bat for the third straight time with a man on base. Helms was aboard in the third when Hanley flied to center, and Coghlan was at third base when Hanley grounded out to third, ending the 5th inning.
So here's the National League's leading hitter. Hanley 0 for 3 tonight. He's it safely in 21 of 22 coming in. 2 on, 1 out, and Ramirez takes one that bends outside and low. Hanley a fly ball to right in the first inning, a fly ball to center in the third. Grounded to Kuzman off at third base to end the 5th. Now time called, and Darren Balsley, the San Diego pitching coach, heads out to the mound to talk with Russell. Joe Thatcher, the only lefty in that San Diego bullpen, is up and throwing.
A Colorado-San Francisco game has started up out at AT&T Park. Rockies and Giants scoreless, just underway there. That would be Jason Marquis, 14-8 against Barry Zito, 8-11. A game that is important to both those clubs, important to the Braves, important to the Marlins, Phillies.
The Dodgers will keep their eye on that ball game. Rockies and Giants trying to run Los Angeles down in the National League West.
That's right. The Dodgers with an off night in Cincinnati.
1 ball pitch to Hanley, fouled over the screen back into the seats behind the plate. What do you do on an off night in Cincinnati? Get some rest. Get a good meal, some ribs at the Montgomery Inn. Then get some rest.
If you can get in on a Saturday night.
Oh, we know people. We can get in. Runners lead from first and second. The 1-1 to Hanley. A swing and a fly ball. Shallow center. Back goes Eckstein. Second baseman makes the call. Second baseman makes the catch. The infield fly rule was called. Hanley's 0 for 4. And now this 7th inning, which started promisingly, is going to be up to Jorge Cantu. Got a taste of Europe with Martin Air. Your choice for only nonstop flights from Miami to Amsterdam. Superior value, friendly service, and premium economy with more legroom and upgraded amenities. Book your next European holiday with Martin Air by logging on to martinair.com. Martin Air, your choice. Cantu 1 for 3, a double and a run scored tonight. And he watches low from the right-hander Adam Russell. Russell is one of 4 pitchers the Padres got from the White Sox in that Jake Peavy trade. Clayton Richard has moved into San Diego's starting rotation, though we miss him in this series. A couple others in the minor leagues. There's a strike called to Cantu, 1-1. They like what they've seen from Richard so far. And they're excited about Russell's prospects. They got 4 pitchers, and they saved a lot of money when they traded Jake Peavy to the White Sox. 1-1 to Jorge, bouncing ball foul past Bo Porter down the left field line. LeBlanc and Nolasco were the starters. Both will get a no decision tonight. Ricky went 5 in the third, allowed 3 runs on 6 hits. LeBlanc went 6, allowed 4 runs on 4 hits. It's up to the bullpens. Runners lead from first and second. The 1-2 to Cantu, missed outside with a fastball. Chris Coghlan at second base. Good speed out there. He's the go-ahead run in this game. Wes Helms at first. 2 down, last of the 7th, in a 4-4 ball game. The Marlins and Padres. The 2-2 to Cantu. Lined it foul off the first base side of the screen. And the on-deck man, Dan Ugla, ducked out of the way. Dan Ugla's going to duck back into the dugout after that close call. Another 2-2 and another foul ball. This one popped off to the right. It's going to land in the second to last row of the orange field level seats, just beneath the club seats. So Cantu hanging tough, making Russell work in a 4-4 game. 2 outs in the 7th. Coughlin's at second. Helms is at first. Another 2-2. Fouled off. Checked his swing. Off the knob of the bat. That ball rolled into the first base dugout. Quite a duel between Jorge Cantu and the right-hander Adam Russell. Marlins trying to untie this 4-4 game in the home half of the 7th. Russell, the 2-2, and Cantu hits another foul ball. This one skips up over the third base dugout. That was, I believe, the 8th pitch of this at bat. 4 consecutive 2-strike foul balls. Another 2-2. And a ground ball to third, up with a Kuzmanov, races to the bag, and he beats the sliding Coghlan for the out. So the sides retired on the fielder's choice ground ball, 2 hits, but nothing to show for it for the Marlins. We head to inning number 8, all tied at 4 on the Florida Marlins Radio Network.
No, we've got offices. Back here for the 8th inning in a 4-4 tie. 4 runs and 7 hits for the Padres. 4 runs and 6 hits for the Marlins. And Oscar Salazar, the batter, he is up for the 4th time tonight. He's on base 3 previous times. Takes low and outside, ball 1. Infield hit in the 2nd. A line drive base hit to left center in the 4th, and he walked in the 6th. That walk was with the bases full, forced in the tying run. Here's the pitch, called strike. Ricky Nolasco 5 1/3, gave up 3 runs. Tim Wood worked an inning and a third. He gave up a run. There's a ball driven out toward left center. That's going to get down, and a hit here for Salazar, and he's 3 out of 3. So the go-ahead run aboard for the San Diego Padres. Salazar doing what teams want to do. Late innings, close it late, tie game, get on base. That was a quality at-bat for Salazar, brought to you by Total Window. Check it out at TotalWindow.com/Marlins for quality custom window treatments.
I feel like you get a break with Adrian Gonzalez not in the lineup tonight. The guy who fills in for him, 3 hits and a walk.
Nick Hundley is 0 for 2 with a sac fly. The catcher bats right, takes outside, and ball 1 from Ayala. Hundley and then Gwynn. 7 and 8 in the batting order here. That's 8 hits now for San Diego tonight. The Marlins scored first, put a pair of runs on the board in the second inning. Will Venable homered for the Padres in the fourth, made it a 2-1 game. Padres took a 3-2 lead with a couple of runs in the top of the sixth. Marlins tied in the bottom of the sixth. Ground ball, base hit through the right side. Charged by Carroll, headed to third is Salazar, and Hundley hits a shot out into right field, and first and third for the San Diego Padres.
The hit and run executed to perfection. You had the second baseman Ugla moving over to take a throw at second base with the runner in motion, and that ball was keyed right through the vacated hole by Hundley. So the Padres in business.
Tony Gwynn up. He is 0 for 3. He's flied to left and twice has grounded out to Ugla. So a lot of work for the Marlins defense now, and in particular for the pitcher Ayala. Go ahead run at third base. 4-4 tie, 8th inning of play. Marlins in some hot water here in the 8th. Thought we saw all the water we needed in the first inning. The pitch is high and a ball. The rains came down bottom of the first inning with Chris Coghlan batting, and we had a delay of 44 minutes. If you're wondering about the timing of this game, which started at 6:10 tonight. Ball 1, no strikes to Gwynn. The pitch. And Gwynn hits the ball out into the gap in left center. Coghlan back there can't get it. It's going to go to the base of the wall. Home to score is Salazar. Digging for third is Hundley. He's been waved. The relay is cut off. Hundley scores standing up. It's a 2-run hit for Tony Gwynn. He flies around the infield, winds up at third base, and the San Diego Padres have a 6-4 lead. Gwynn hammering that ball out to the base of the National League scoreboard. Coghlan going as hard as he could go, could not get to it. The catcher Hundley scoring all the way from first base. And a 3-base hit and 2 runs batted in for Gwynn. By the way, that's his 5th triple. Here comes Mark Wiley to visit Ayala, who's given up 3 straight hits in this 8th inning. Salazar, Hundley, and Gwynn. Well, the Padres coming up with some timely hitting here in this 8th inning, just as they came up with a timely hit in the last inning off Ayala. Kuzmanov's 2-out hit to tie the game at 4. They have had runs batted in now from 5 different players. And they get production from the bottom part of the batting order. Now Luis Rodriguez to pinch hit, and he will bat against a drawn-in infield. Rodriguez, a left-handed batter. And the pitch to Rodriguez, and ball 1. So not a good outing for Ayala, who was happy to be back in the big leagues. This is his first time out this time around, and it hasn't gone well. Rodriguez batting .215, and that pitch low and in. off the bench, he is 5 for 18. So a pinch hit batting average of .278 for Luis Rodriguez. Switch hitter batting left against Ayala. Gwynn at third base. And the Marlins keeping an eye on him. Nobody out. Here's the pitch. And that missed inside, and it's ball 3. Kiko Calero up in the Marlins bullpen down the right field line. The Marlins didn't want to have to get him up tonight. But he's up. The pitch to Rodriguez. Way outside and low, and that'll put a runner on at first base. So single, double, walk given up here in the inning by Ayala, and that's going to be it for him. Freddie will go out and bring Calero into the game. The Marlins having a difficult time with the bullpen. Either ineffective work or pitchers that are overworked. And the parade from the bullpen continues here tonight. Everett Cabrera is going to be the batter, and he'll be coming up against Kiko Calero. We'll take a break. This is the Metro PCS call to the bullpen. A break on the Florida Marlins Radio Network.
Metro PCS.
Of Ayala's base runners, first and third for the Padres. They lead 6-4. Nobody out in the inning. And Calero makes his 56th appearance. 2-2 record, 2.25 earned run average. 48 innings pitched and 31 hits allowed. The league hitting just 187 against Kiko. And he could have used a break tonight. He pitched an inning here last night, worked the 8th inning. Cabrera is hitless in 3 official at-bats. Got down a sac bunt in the 7th inning. Switch hitter, their shortstop, will bat left-handed against the right-hander, and the infield still in with Gwynn at third base and Rodriguez at first base. Here's the pitch, and a called strike. You get down to August, if as a result of ineffective starting pitching or enough of it that the bullpen is taxed, it really shows in August when everybody is generally tired anyway. You're just hoping to get through August in good shape and then head down the stretch of September. And the Marlins having trouble getting their bullpen through August in good shape. That's not because of misuse, it's because of overuse. 1-1 to Cabrera. The pitch, and it's low. So the Marlins lose this game tonight. Remember, things started out looking pretty good in August. The offense picked up, but if the Marlins lose tonight, they're going to be 13-13 in August. 2 balls and a strike to Cabrera. The pitch from Calero, and it's low. The count is 3-1. That was an off-speed pitch floating up there at 76 miles an hour. 2 runs in for the Padres in the inning to break the 4-4 tie. They are leading 6-4. They've got Cabrera up, a pesky hitter. And Eckstein waiting on deck. The pitch. Cabrera swings, hits it foul off the end of the bat. That'll go into the seats up above third. Tony Gwynn at third base. Over at first base, Luis Rodriguez. Cabrera, who had a couple of doubles last night, knocked in 2 and scored a couple of runs. Looking to get in on the action here in this 8th inning. Trying to push the game over the top for the Padres. Here's a 3-2 pitch. Cabrera swings, lifts a fly ball center field. Cody Ross gets under it. Here's the runner tagging Gwynn. He'll score, and the Padres have a 7-4 lead. Cabrera delivers a sac fly. Picks up his 26th run batted in. Gwynn, who knocked in 2 runs with the triple, scores. Rodriguez stayed at first base. David Eckstein, the batter, 1 out of 4. Looking for premier quality motorized window treatments? Then visit TotalWindow.com/Marlins. From home automation integration to independent remote controls, Total Window is just a better way to see the world. One out in the 8th. And the pitch to Eckstein. And it's out of the zone, ball 1. Eckstein steps out, takes a look at the third base coach, Glenn Hoffman. Eckstein, an Angel for 4 years, Cardinals 3 years, Arizona and Toronto last year, now here in San Diego, and he loves it, and they love him. An experienced ball player, 34 years old. When he's healthy, he plays like he's 24. Here's the pitch, and a called strike. He's got 9 years in the big leagues, an outstanding postseason record. He's played in 44 postseason games. You'll recall he was the World Series MVP in '06. David Eckstein, a marvelous talent, one of the game's outstanding little men. Here's the pitch, called strike. 1-2. They list David at 5'7". He's an inspiration to a lot of youngsters. Here's the pitch, and there's a line drive base hit to right field. Headed to second. Rodriguez, he'll hold up there. Eckstein with his second hit of the night. A line single to right. Valero gives up a hit. First and second, still only 1 away. The reason I say he's an inspiration, well, first of all, he is an inspirational guy. And you look at his story and his family story, and you'll see it. But he's an inspiration to young players, especially the little guys, the youngsters that are just starting their baseball careers at the little league age, because they look at David and they say, well, he's not much bigger than I am, and look what he can do. Here's the pitch. Venable takes ball 1.
And he's a guy who has had to prove himself at every level. We mentioned earlier he had to walk on at the University of Florida, left Gainesville, an All-American. He was drafted by the Red Sox. They put him on waivers. That's how the Angels got him. He had reached AAA with Boston.
The pitch, called strike.
Nobody thought that he could play shortstop in the big leagues. Remember, he didn't have enough of an arm to play shortstop.
Yeah.
All those years at shortstop, now playing second base in San Diego. You mentioned a World Series MVP award on his mantle. This guy's a winning baseball player.
Venable hit a home run in the 4th inning. He's 1 for 2 with a couple of walks, has scored twice. 2-1 the count on Will Venable. And then Kuzminov. Venable, the 7th batter of the inning for the Padres, who lead 7-4 here. 7 runs on 11 hits after scoring 9 runs on 16 hits last night. Foul ball back out of play. And the 2 Padre games coming after the Mets scored 10 runs on 17 hits in the Thursday game.
The bullpen situation for the Marlins right now is so bad that trailing 7-4 in the 8th inning, it's Leo Nunez who's up in the bullpen. The closer has to get up to throw right now.
2-2 on Venable. The pitch hit foul back to the screen behind the plate. Starter Ricky Nolasco only went 5 1/3. Gave up 3 runs. 3 runs on 6 hits. And although he struck out 7, it was one of those low run ball games, and when he was taken out of the game, he was behind. Here's the pitch, and that's low. Well, physically, when he walked off the field, he was tied. By the time his replacement, Tim Wood, faced the first batter, Nick Hundley, he delivered a sac fly. That run was charged to Ricky, and Ricky was behind 3-2. 3 balls, 2 strikes, the count on Venable. 6 different Padres have driven in runs now. Pitch on the way, and that ball is cracked down the right field line. Is it going to be fair or foul? It's a foul ball down to the right field corner. Eighth inning of play, 7-4 San Diego. Got some birthday wishes to send out. Henry Blanco downstairs, a Padre catcher. Not in the lineup tonight, but Henry's got a birthday today. Roy Oswalt celebrates a birthday today. Here's a 3-2 pitch. Venable grounds a ball to the right side. Ugla has it, bobbles it, drops it, shovels the toss to Hanley just in time to get 1. So instead of 2, they get 1. Venable reaches on the fielder's choice. They had to do everything perfectly to have a chance to get Venable, a terrific athlete who runs well. And they did get the force on Eckstein at second base, 4-6. And Ugla really scrambling to get that out. 2 down now. Venable at first on the fielder's choice, and Luis Rodriguez moves on to third base. First and third for Kevin Kuzminov. Single to drive in a run in the 7th inning. Got the hit off Ayala, a run that was charged to Tim Wood. The pitch to Kuzminov, and it's low and a ball. See who else has got a birthday today. Doug DeSensei. Remember Doug DeSensei? Sure you do. Got a birthday today. Marv Foley. Dave Nicholson. Big Swish Nicholson. The original Dave Nicholson. One ball, 1 strike. The count on the hitter Kevin Kuzminov. And the pitch. Swung on and missed, and a strike. And we always like to go way back in baseball prior to the turn of the last century, because they're forgotten guys back there that played in the big leagues, and we like to mention them every once in a while. Like Elmer Strickland used to celebrate his birthday on this day. So did Ensign Cottrell. And you, I'm sure, remember Jack Bushelman. He used to celebrate his birthday on this day, along with Alex Hooks. I love some of the old names. Great names. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Ensign?
Oh, Ensign. Yeah, we try not to forget them here in the broadcast booth.
Glad you mentioned Marv Foley.
Ensign
years ago.
Did you work with Marv? Yeah.
He was our manager in Rochester for a couple of years. I was broadcasting there. A long time back, a catcher in the big leagues, a few different clubs.
It's a throw to first base, and Venable back to the bag. Calero's thrown over there a couple of times now. 1st and 3rd, 2 outs. Kuzminoff batting for the Padres here in the 8th inning.
Remember when Mike Witt threw a perfect game for the Angels on the final day of the season, sometime in the 80s?
Yeah.
Marv Foley made the last out in that game, and it was his last at bat in the big leagues. Last out in a perfect game.
Now another throw to first, and they've got Venable caught off, and they run him down, and Hanley tags him out. That'll go 1-3-6. Kuzminoff caught stealing 1-3-6. And the runner at third, Rodriguez, is left, and Kuzminoff is left at the plate. However, the Padres scored 3 times here, take a 7-4 lead to the bottom of the 8th on the Florida Marlins radio network. Well, for San Diego, a 7-4 lead. Headed to the bottom of the 8th inning. And Uggla will be the batter. Luke Gregerson is on again for the Padres. Gregerson worked an inning here last night, worked the 1-2-3-8 when he faced Uggla, Ross, and Hermida, retired the side. Faces Uggla again. Ross is on deck. Paulino scheduled to follow. And here's the pitch to Dan Uggla, and it's taken low on a check swing. He did not go around. And that is ball 1 from Gregerson. 7 runs, 11 hits for the Padres. 4 runs, 6 hits for the Marlins. Swung on, missed strike 2. Couldn't catch up to the fastball at 92. Uggla walked and scored in the 2nd, bounced out in the 3rd, was hit by a pitch, and was on base for the Paulino 2-run homer in the 6th inning that had the Marlins ahead. Marlins were up 4-3 after that home run by Paulino. Since then, the Padres have come back with 4. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and that's low. Overall for Gregerson, his 54th appearance, 0-3 and 3.30 earned run average. Comes the pitch, and it's way outside and low. 3-2. The pitch. Swung on and missed. Ugla down on strikes. Just not a good night for the Fish. Down by 3. You hear so much these days, especially with the mass media. Every little move by players on and off the field, well chronicled and reported. August 29th, 1925. Pitch to Cody, low and a ball. After a night on the town, Babe Ruth showed up late for batting practice. Now, you think they'd have a heyday with that today?
I'll bet you that happened more than once.
It did, but it happened on this date, August 29th. The pitch and a called strike. 1925. Babe had been out the night before, showed up late for batting practice, so his manager, Miller Huggins, suspended him and fined him $5,000 for disobeying orders on the field and team rules off the field. Here's the 1-1 pitch. That's low and outside. Ruth was forced to apologize to the team and the manager before he was reinstated 9 days later. And the day after he got back in the lineup, he blasted home run number 300. Pitch grounded foul down behind third base. In 1920, how would you equate a $5,000 fine in 1925 based on the salaries then?
That's some good money.
And convert that to what the fine would be now. That's a huge amount of money they fined Babe Ruth. The pitch popped into right field, coming in a few steps. Venable under it and has it. 2 down here in the 8th inning.
1925, you said?
Yeah, 1925.
I'm going to figure that out. I bet you I can find that online.
Okay, I'll bet you can too. Is that, I mean, that's hefty at any time, 1925 or today, a $5,000 fine. Two outs, nobody on. Paulino stands in, 1 out of 2 and a sac fly. He's knocked in 3. The sac fly and the 2-run homer in the 6th inning, his 8th of the year. Takes ball 1 from Gregerson. The third pitcher to go out there for San Diego. Adam Russell is in a position to pick up the win. Ayala the loss. Swung and missed. 1 ball, 1 strike to Ronnie Paulino. You can find all the good stuff at the official online shop of the Marlins. You know the stuff. The caps, the t-shirts, the uniform tops, all the collectibles. You can shop 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Get your gear straight from the source, the Marlins.com shop. Comes the pitch to Paulino. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and the Marlins for the second night in a row in the 8th inning go down 1-2-3 against Luke Gregerson. We'll go to the 9th. San Diego 7, the Marlins 4 on the Florida Marlins Radio Network.
26, Leo Nunez. Nunez in center field. Number 5, third baseman Kevin Kuzminov.
Into the ninth inning, Leo Nunez for the Marlins. With the Marlins down by 3 runs, 7-4. But the bullpen hard pressed for fresh arms, and Nunez has to go out. Kuzminov was at the plate when Venable was caught stealing to end the 8th inning. So he's back up there here, batting .257. And he takes a fastball, and the count is 1 ball, 1 strike. San Diego won last night 9-5. They lead tonight 7-4. Leo rocks back. The right-hander delivers, and the pitch is swung on and missed, and Kuzminov took a mighty rip at that pitch, and it's 1-2. It was a breaking ball. It's appearance number 61 for Nunez. He has been the busiest of the Marlins pitchers. His record 3-4 with 16 saves and a 3.90 earned run average. The league hitting .227 against Leo. 1-2. He's ahead on Kuzminov, the right-hand hitting third baseman. Here's the pitch, and Kuzminov takes strike 3. 1 gone in the Padre night. Chase Headley will bat. He's 1 out of 4 on the night. Switch hitter, bat left against Nunez. What else happened on this date? 1971, Hank Aaron of the Braves drove in his 100th run of the season. August 29, 1971. It gave him the National League record, 11 seasons, 100 or more RBIs. Here's a called strike. August 29, 1977, Lou Brock stole second base. Cardinals lost to these Padres 4-3, but it was Brock's 893rd steal. He broke Ty Cobb's modern record. One ball, 1 strike pitch, and strike 2 called on Headley.
I might have got an answer in that Babe Ruth question.
Well, yeah, this is interesting stuff. Now, remember, it started with Babe being fined $5,000 in 1925. Here's the wind by Leo, and the 1-2, and it's chopped to first. Up with it, Cantu. He'll take it to the bag for out number 2. But what did you find?
I found a website where you can compute the relative value of the U.S. dollar from one year to another. And they do it in 6 or 7 different ways, comparing it to the consumer price index, the GDP deflator. I'm not an economist, Dave, believe it or not.
Nor am I.
But in these different computations, the smallest amount of money that they have, that $5,000 in 1925 being worth today, is $61,409.87
Today.
Today.
Here's a pitch to Salazar's up high and a ball. Now, imagine today fining a player $60-some thousand for an infraction like being late to batting practice. And it might have been Babe's 2nd time that month, 3rd time, 4th time that month. Who knows?
I have a feeling you might hear from the Players Association on that one.
Well, you definitely would.
Yeah.
Here's the 2-0 pitch. A swing and a high pop-up into shallow right. Uggla's back there, and he's been called off by the right fielder, Brett Carroll. He's got it. Salazar's out for the first time tonight. 3 for 3 with a walk. But he flies out to right field here. We go to the bottom of the 9th inning. San Diego 7, Marlins 4. You're listening to the Florida Marlins Radio Network. John Baker is going to pinch hit for the Marlins. And then we'll have Brett Carroll, and then we'll have Chris Coghlan. And the closer, Heath Bell, is on here for the San Diego Padres. Gregerson worked 1 inning and retired the 3 batters, striking out 2 in the 8th. And now John Baker will come up against the Padre closer, Heath Bell. For Bell, his 51st appearance, a 5-2 record, 30 saves, and a 2.26 earned run average. He has struck out 57 batters in 51 2/3 innings. The league's hitters batting just .203 against Heath Bell. So the Padres run their closer out there to try to nail down a 7-4 win over the Marlins. John Baker to pinch hit. He steps in. Left-handed batter hitting .267. 13 homers, 47 batted in overall. Bake takes a strike from Heath Bell. John Baker off the bench does not have a pinch hit this year. He has 5 pinch hit at-bats, is 0 for 5. Heath Bell to the plate, and it's fouled back, and a strike. We want to get back to Babe's spine here in a moment, and we will. Just to shed some latter-day light on that $5,000 fine that he received in 1925. Ryan Franklin of the Cardinals, 34 saves to lead the league. Houston Street has 33 with Colorado. Brian Wilson of San Francisco, 31. Then Heath Bell with 30. 4th in the league. Here's the pitch. And it's in there, a called strike. And Bake is out. Looking at a 93-mile-an-hour fastball. Brett Carroll will be the batter. So if you were to take Babe's salary back then and break it down, he was fined $5,000 to a similar salary today. And what did we come up with? Milton Bradley's $10 million a year?
I said off the top of my head, how much? If you wanted to find a guy 1 day's pay.
Here's a pitch to Carroll, and it's low on the ball.
The first thing I came up with was how much would a $10 million a year player make if you divided that salary by 162? Milton Bradley's a guy who just signed a 3-year, $30 million contract. And I did the math there, and I came up with the same $61,000 number we were just talking about.
Right.
$61,000, 728. A little bit more, a couple $100 more, but it's basically the equivalent of that.
Here's the 1-0 pitch and a called strike. So if you were to find a player today that's making $10 million, like a Milton Bradley,
1 day's salary.
1 day's salary.
That's that same $61,000 and change.
Today's player makes in 1 day the prorated equivalent of what Babe was fined in 1925.
Oh, today's $10 million a year player.
We get too heavily involved in math and I'll get a headache. But that's good stuff. Here's the pitch to Brett Carroll. He checks his swing, and did he go? No, according to the first base umpire, Dana DeMuth, the crew chief.
Now, our trusty engineer here, Darren, says if Babe made $85,000 that year, as he said, if you divided that, now that was not a 162-game schedule then. That was a 154-game schedule.
2-2, the count on Carroll, the pitch, and Carroll swings, lifts a high fly ball to center. Tony Gwynn goes back, he's under it, and he has it short of the warning track.
Then he was making about $552 a game. So $5,000 is 9-10 games worth of salary for Babe Ruth.
Whereas today, for a $10 million player, it would be 1 game's pay.
Different time.
So was 2009. That's mind-boggling when you think about it. 2 outs. Chris Coghlan up, 1 out of 3 with a walk. And Chris takes low ball 1. Heath Bell comes set. He's the fourth pitcher to go out there for the Padres tonight. The win will go to Adam Russell. The loss to Luis Ayala. 2 outs in the ninth inning. Coghlan takes ball 2.
Chris hit a 2-run home run off Bell in a non-save situation. The one time we saw Bell in San Diego in July.
The pitch. And a called strike. Heath Bell sets, delivers the pitch. Coghlan tried to check, went around on it. And it's strike 2. Now the Marlins are down to their last strike. 2 outs, 2 balls, and 2 strikes. Bell's pitch. A swing here and a foul ball out of play left side. I think I hear Johnny Ventura warming up. 2 out, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Ventura, after the fireworks show, which takes place after this game, after the fireworks show, a concert given by Johnny Ventura. Here's the pitch. Fouled off, out of play to the left. Coghlan hanging tough against Heath Bell. Coughlin's season average up to .297. 1 out of 3 tonight. Bell ready. Here comes a 2-2, and it's way inside, and ball 3 to number 8, Chris Coghlan. Coghlan will get back in. Old teammate of his pitched today for Cincinnati, Matt Maloney. Here's the pitch. Coghlan swings, misses. The ball gets away from the catcher, Hundley. He picks it up, throws late to first as he retrieves the ball back near the backstop. And Coghlan gets on base. It's a strikeout for Heath Bell, and I assume it'll be a wild pitch. So this is one of those innings where Bell has really gotten 3 outs, but this one will not be recorded as an out, just a strikeout, because Coghlan reaches base. And that brings Wes Helms up. He's 2 out of 4. Helms with a pair of singles, both of them to right field. They're not holding Coghlan. The pitch to Helms, and it's in there at the knees and a called strike, a 93-mile-an-hour fastball. And Matt Maloney pitched for Cincinnati today, Chris Coghlan's teammate at Ole Miss. And a pitch, swing and a miss. And I believe his former teammate, was the losing pitcher today against the Dodgers. Glenn's going to have details on all the games coming up on the post-game show. Here's the 0-2. Helms swings and misses a high fastball, goes down on strikes, and the game is over. And this is a tough loss for the Marlins. They have sustained 3 consecutive losses, 1 to the Mets, now 2 to the San Diego Padres. The Marlins losing games they should be winning. They have dropped one tonight to San Diego, 7-4.